to start?
I think we can if you want to do a little tap and say we're about to get started, since everybody's new and meeting each other.
We're going to go ahead and get started. If everybody wants to take their seats. I call the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure to order, and I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare recess at any time during today's meeting. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now recognize myself for the purposes of an opening statement. Today, we are meeting to introduce new members of the committee and also to adopt the committee rules. First, I want to welcome both our new members and our returning members on both sides of the aisle. With 66 members, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee is the largest committee in the House, or in Congress for that matter. Our returning members know that this is a committee that produces results for the good of the country and for the good of the American people. In the 118th Congress, our committee delivered on multiple legislative priorities that became law, including bipartisan legislation that reauthorized the Federal Aviation Administration, a Water Resources Development Act, and important reforms to the General Services Administration to reduce waste and federal office space utilization. And I frequently state, and you've heard me say it before, that I don't consider this committee to be a show horse committee, but I do expect to continue to be a workhorse committee, and I'm honored to serve as the chairman during the 119th Congress. I intend to continue working with members on both sides of the aisle, and with Ranking Member Larson and with the committee's Democrat members. And while I know that we don't agree on every issue, I'll always be open to working with any one of you. We've adopted a successful practice here on the committee of facilitating member input and working to find agreement where we can. The committee rules, which we will vote on today here in just a few minutes, are structured to allow every member the opportunity to participate and for the committee to work its will. So right now, I'd like to introduce the new members on our side of the aisle. We have 12 new Republicans. Tony Weed of Wisconsin. We have Tom Barrett of Michigan. Nick Begich of Alaska. Rob Bresnahan, Pennsylvania. Jeff Hurd, Colorado. Jefferson Shreve of Indiana. Addison McDowell of North Carolina. Dave Taylor of Ohio. Brad Knott of North Carolina. Kim King-Hines of Northern Mariana Islands, Mike Kennedy of Utah, and Bob Onder, the great state of Missouri. We're expected to have you all on the committee, or we're excited to have you all on the committee, and both, again, new and our returning members. Our new membership, along with returning members, will consist of, we're going to have sheriffs, we've got helicopter pilots, heavy machine operators, we've got prosecutors, we've got physicians, and many, many more occupations. So a very diverse committee. And having a membership with such a wide-ranging backgrounds, I think is going to be a great asset as we work to get America moving again and pursue an ambitious agenda. This Congress, we have a lot to accomplish, including a surface reauthorization bill, a Coast Guard reauthorization, and pipeline safety reauthorization. I would look forward to working with each of you on those. Now I recognize Ranking Member Larson, my partner in this process, for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Chair Graves. I appreciate it. And I want to welcome all the new members to the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for the 119th Congress and the returning members. For those who are returning to the committee, you know what a unique and important committee that we have. Our work on this committee is about creating jobs, good paying jobs for the hardworking women and men across the country. We work in a bipartisan way despite the polarization that we see in other parts of the Congress, and this results in good bipartisan legislation. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, except for perhaps the Congresswoman from D.C., Eleanor Holmes Norton, who's here, I want to say this. If you want to be on TV in D.C., there are committees for that. If you want to be on TV in your district, this is the committee for that. And so we'll have an opportunity over the next 2 years to do real work and go home and talk about it. Last Congress, for instance, we passed into law, among other bills, the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024 and the Water Resources Development Act of 2024, both with wide bipartisan margins. And this Congress, we hope to pass, among other bills, a bipartisan surface transportation reauthorization. And I'm confident that with the help of everyone in this room, we'll do that. So I want to briefly introduce our new Democratic committee members, although I'll start with a few folks who aren't necessarily new to Congress. We have one returning member of the committee after 7 years, Jerry Nadler from New York's Fightin' 12th, who returns to the committee after serving as both chair and ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. We also have a member who's not new to Congress, but is new to our committee, Robert Garcia from California's 42nd, who brings a wealth of transportation experience from his time serving as the mayor of Long Beach. In addition, we have 5 newly elected members who are joining the committee. Nellie Poe from New Jersey's 9th. As a state senator, Representative Poe prioritized creating economic opportunities for working families. Kristen McDonald-Rivet from Michigan's 8th. As a state senator, Representative McDonald-Rivet worked to replace lead pipes and secure clean drinking water in schools and child care centers. Laura Friedman from California's 30th. And as a member of the State Assembly in California, Representative Friedman secured over $60 million in funding for projects improving infrastructure and transportation systems. Laura Gillen from New York's 4th is the first Democrat in over a century to be elected as the supervisor of her town, Hempstead, New York, in 2017. And hailing from Alabama's 2nd District, Representative Shamari Figures, who previously served as Deputy Chief of Staff and Counselor to the Attorney General of the U.S. Department of Justice. So we welcome our new committee members. You're joining the best committee on the Hill. Don't let Energy and Commerce tell you differently. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. And for the new members, it will take me, as Ms. Skolton can attest, it will take me a little while to get to know everybody's names, but I will work to make sure that I know all your names just as soon as possible. Pursuant to Clause 2A of House Rule 11, the committee is meeting today to adopt the rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure of the 119th Congress. A copy of the proposed committee rules and a summary of the proposed rules to the rules from the 118th Congress were distributed both electronically in advance and also available in the hearing room. For those of you that have served on the committee previously, you will see that the rules are very similar to those that we have had in place in previous Congresses. You'll note that the revisions to the committee rules were simply to align our rules with the rules of the House. We were able to coordinate these minor changes with Ranking Member Larson, and I appreciate him working with us and his staff on this package. And I recognize Ranking Member Larson for a statement on the proposed rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The changes to the committee rules are simply updating references to denote the new Congress, the 119th, and minor edits to conform with House rules for the 119th Congress. I urge adoption of the committee rules and yield back the balance of my time.
Do any other members wish to be recognized for a statement on the committee rules? Seeing no one, is there further discussion on the committee's proposed rules? Seeing none, the proposed rules are open to amendment at any point. Are there any amendments to the committee's proposed rules? Seeing none, I recognize Mr. Larson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure now before us be approved and adopted as the rules of the committee for the 119th Congress.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to, and the proposed rules are adopted. Pursuant to House rules, the rules on the Committee on Infrastructure, or Transportation and Infrastructure for the 119th Congress will be printed in the congressional record and made available in electronic form to all members of the committee and the public on the committee's website. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, the chairman notes that the presence of a quorum for the actions taken on all committee business today, and without objection, that is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, and conforming changes to each of the items adopted today to reflect the actions of the committee. Without objection, that is so ordered. We'll remind members that we're about to move into our full committee hearing, but the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has now completed its organizational business for the day, and the committee is adjourned. The Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will come to order, and I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare a recess at any time during today's hearing. Without objection, that is so ordered. As a reminder, if members insert a document into the record, please also email it to documentsti@mail.house.gov. I now recognize myself for the purposes of an opening statement. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's Transportation Committee's first hearing in the 119th Congress. As I noted earlier, during the committee's organizational meeting, we have a lot to accomplish over the next couple of years. One of the committee's top priorities will be passing legislation to reauthorize our nation's surface transportation programs. We will approach the creation of this legislation the same way we tackled the FAA reauthorization legislation and the Water Resources Development Act last Congress. This will be a collaborative effort in which the committee will solicit feedback from both members and from stakeholders, and we will consider all input. We'll consider the members' priorities, which are going to drive what's in the bill as the committee proceeds and the piece of legislation that we produce. But I want to be clear, this doesn't mean that everybody is going to get everything they want. Our intent is for everybody to get most of what they want. I look forward to, again, partnering with the ranking member and working with the committee members on both sides of the aisle as we undertake this process. We've also set a very aggressive hearing schedule to ensure that the committee's members can gather information and examine all facets of the infrastructure process to inform the creation on this piece of legislation that we are going to tackle this year. Today's hearing is a kickoff of these discussions, and I hope our dialogue will provide a broad overview of the state of the nation's transportation system, what's working, where we should be directing investments to fund core infrastructure projects, and the benefits of streamlining the process to allow faster project completion. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today, and I look forward to hearing each of your perspectives on the state of infrastructure in this country, and I now recognize Ranking Member Larson for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the recognition and for holding the hearing to kick off our infrastructure work in the 119th Congress. This committee has a great story to tell. Thanks to historic levels of federal investment, the nation's transportation system is better off today than it was 4 years ago. Let's go through the numbers to lead me to that conclusion. Federal investment is improving infrastructure. In 2024, the American Society of Civil Engineers found that infrastructure dollars that Congress provided in the bipartisan infrastructure law, quote, halted the rapid growth of the infrastructure investment gap. These bold long-term investments are delivering nearly $600 in savings each year for American families, according to the ASCE. Now, for decades, this analysis that they've done has shown a steady decline in infrastructure. Chronic underinvestment meant that roads, bridges, airports, ports, waterways, public transit, and rail were aging, becoming less reliable, less safe, costing consumers and businesses money, and hurting our economic competitiveness. Congress responded in 2021 and passed the BIL with the overwhelming support from states, local governments, tribal governments, transit agencies, railroads, ports, and airports to provide a much-needed boost to our transportation system. And that investment means America is building right now. These funds have supported over 85,000 new transportation projects in every congressional district, according to the American Road and Transportation Builders Association. These projects are largely selected and controlled by state and local transportation officials, transit agencies, passenger railroads, and ports in each of our districts. For example, over 90% of BIL highway and bridge dollars go out by formula, including about $6 billion to my own state of Washington and about $5 billion to the state of Louisiana. We're going to hear from the governor in a moment on that. Congress designated a much smaller portion of BIL funds to be distributed via competitive grants, and US DOT continues to award those dollars into communities in our districts as quickly as possible. Just this month, DOT announced $5 billion for more than 560,000 transportation projects in every state. These announcements benefit all of our constituents. They fund projects important to members of Congress, governors, mayors, and state legislators, Republicans and Democrats alike. In my district, the city of Everett was awarded an $18 million grant for railroad crossing elimination to improve safety and eliminate 2 existing at-grade highway rail crossings on the Smith Island Rail Terminal, which will help industrial development. We have quite a bit of work ahead of us, though, but you should know, Congress, that your investment is creating jobs. Project funding consistently flowing across the country means industry stability and jobs for people. These are private sector jobs in construction, engineering, transit, trucking, aviation, rail, and the maritime sectors. The latest jobs report showed the 47th consecutive month of job growth, more than 16.6 million jobs added since 2021, and unemployment down to 4.1%. It's evidence that these investments are working and the economy is on the move. The BIL provided substantial flexibility to state and local governments to invest in priorities as each community determines. And within that flexibility, dedicated and robust investment is helping solve high priority challenges important to each and every one of you and your constituents. Federal investment keeps goods moving. Congress, your funding is tackling the biggest transportation bottlenecks with $7 billion in dedicated formula funds, more than $40 billion in bridge repair and replacement to make sure new bottlenecks don't form, helping ports move cargo. These investments should continue. Let's keep it going. In Congress, your investment is for improving safety. More than 40,000 people die in motor vehicle crashes every single year, amounting to a safety crisis. And this past law took a major step in safety by boosting the Highway Safety Improvement Program funding to states and providing direct funding to cities, counties, and rural communities to save lives. Let's keep that investment going. Congress, your investment is expanding cleaner and greener ways to get people around. Landmark investment available in the BIL for rail, transit, and EV infrastructure means communities can build these solutions that reflect state and local needs and priorities. Through advance appropriations, Congress leveled the playing field on funding certainty for rail. These investments should continue. Let's keep them going. And Congress, your investment is making the future workforce ready for more work and more jobs. The BIL included over $800 million to train workers for manufacturing jobs, in addition to eligible funding for workforce training available to states through flexible formula funding. These investments should continue. Let's keep it going. Keeping our transportation system in good repair, keeping it resilient, keeping it safe, and ready for future freight and passenger demand requires ongoing investment. We're ready to make that investment, and I'm committed to working with Chair and the incoming administration to provide the necessary resources to create more jobs, protect the traveling public, and to support America's transportation and construction workers. I hope all of you can join all of us in that commitment. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today and look forward to the testimony, and I yield back.
Thanks, Rick. I'd like to now welcome all of our witnesses and thank you for being here today. Briefly, just mention the lighting system. Green means go, yellow means we're running out of time, and red, please try to wrap up as quickly as you can. With that, I would ask unanimous consent that the witnesses' full statements be included in the record, and without objection, that is so ordered. I do want to point out that the governor has a hard stop at noon, so if you have questions or if we don't get to you, please submit them in writing, and he will get an answer to you. So with that, I would ask unanimous consent that the record for today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. Without objection, that is so ordered. I'd also ask unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, that is so ordered. As your written testimony has been made a part of the record, the committee asks that, again, you keep oral remarks to 5 minutes. And with that, I will introduce our first witness, Governor Landry, who is a former colleague, was a member of the United States House of Representatives before moving on. And thanks for being here, Governor, and you're recognized for 5 minutes. You might, I don't know if your mic's on.
Oh, I got to put that on. Back home, they put it on for us. Chairman Graves, thank you. Ranking Member Larson, distinguished members of the House Committee on Transportation Infrastructure, thank you for an opportunity to testify before you today on behalf of the state of Louisiana. I would also like to take a moment to thank you for your prayers and support that many of you have given to the city of New Orleans. Our country continues to mourn unnecessary, tragic loss of life and the families whose lives will never be the same. I also offer to the people of California who have suffered tremendous loss in property and life from the tragic fires, Louisiana's thoughts and prayers as well. Over the past 8 years, in 3 different election cycles, 62, 74, and 77 million Americans voted respectfully and expressed their desire to see this country return to exceptionalism by voting for President Donald J. Trump. That's over 210 million votes that were cast over 8 years. And those votes were a commitment to change. The mandate is clear, and it is time we really look towards the infrastructure policies that the president had put in place and eliminate the regulatory barriers, streamline the permitting, and truly implement the one federal decision. The one federal decision requires federal agencies to establish a one agency, one decision structure for environmental reviews. It also shortens the environmental review process to 2 years, allowing us to finally address our infrastructure needs immediately. Honestly, I really have a hard time understanding why, if you are replacing a bridge that had been there for 50 or 60 or 70 years, we need to do an environmental assessment to simply replace that bridge. One of my first actions when I was here as a member of the 112th Congress was a Dear Colleague letter that I resubmit into the record today, where we highlighted the need for fiscal responsibility when spending the people's money. But by doing so, by investing in the infrastructure that this country needs to be great. Unfortunately, over a decade has passed, and the amount of money spent has increased exponentially, but there seems to have been actual little return to our infrastructure needs in this country. In order to make America an exceptional country, our people, our commerce must be able to move efficiently and effectively over reliable and improved infrastructure. As governor, I would like to highlight the critical role our infrastructure plays in driving the prosperity of the United States as a whole. So let's look at Louisiana. In 2022, Louisiana moved over $500 billion worth of freight in our state, ranking us 16th, while 25th in population. Louisiana is expected to have the third largest freight growth in the nation by 2050, making us the 9th highest share in semi-trucks moved through the state of Louisiana. That's how critical our needs are, and it helps each and every one of you in your districts. Our waterways are equally critical. Louisiana has 5 of the top 15 ports in the country, moving over 500 million tons of cargo. Louisiana's energy infrastructure provides the power and goods that you all need to fuel your economies in your districts. Without the investment in our roads, bridges, and ports, the supply chain falters and manufacturers slows. Consumers face delays. And we're losing. We're losing in that. In 1982, Representative Tozan established an I-49 corridor to connect I-40 to New Orleans, providing much-needed north-south surface transportation route to improve the movement of goods and services in the country. The completion of this project helps everyone in the middle states of America, and it also serves as a very important hurricane evacuation route. It has not been completed. In 1950, I-10, a bridge was basically, it was seized, not really seized, it was used by the federal government to complete I-10 over the Calcasieu River Bridge. It carries 90,000 vehicles a day. Let me repeat this, 90,000 vehicles a day move over that bridge. The National Bridge Inspection Ranking scores that bridge as a 3. They go from 1 to 9, with 1 being the worst and 1 being the worst and 9 being the best. Today, that bridge is a 3. To compare that, the Baltimore Bridge that collapsed was a 5. Let that sink in. So the bridge that collapsed was a 5, and we're at a 3. With very little help from the federal government, we decided to finally toll that bridge so that we could have a replacement of that bridge. We would basically beg Congress to help us secure additional funding so we can lower the toll on the commercial traffic that's going to flow over that bridge. The tolls that we are going to have to implement certainly are not what I would like them to be, and y'all can help. We also quickly just want to talk to you about the 404B project, okay? 404B, there's not a member of Congress that I've ever heard say anything good about the Corps' ability to issue 404B permits. It is consistently a problem with being able to move projects forward in our states. In EPA, Congress, and then under EPA has allowed states to assume the responsibility of actually implementing the 404B permit process. We are going to use that this year because in January of 17, that process goes into effect under EPA. The state of Louisiana intends to start doing that. That will help us. Y'all can help us by simplifying that and speeding that process as well. Let the states take on that permitting process. And then lastly, the Port of Houston and the Port of New Orleans are in the top 5 most busiest ports in the country. I-10, as I said, flows between Houston, and Congressman Babin knows this well. I saw him just a minute ago. 90,000 vehicles move between the state of Texas and the state of Louisiana, carrying commercial transportation. Getting to New Orleans means that they have to cross the Mississippi River. I know there are many members of this body on both sides whose districts are along the Mississippi River. We need a new bridge in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge has the 4th highest traffic congestion in the nation. And if you are traveling from Texas to New Orleans and you get to Baton Rouge, you will see what I'm saying. If any of you want to make my commute from the town of Broussard over to Baton Rouge, I welcome you. We could use some help in being able to procure, and we're not asking for all of it. In fact, if we had to, I wouldn't have a problem doing the same thing we did in Lake Charles. But we need the federal government's help to basically eliminate that congestion, but more importantly, to help move those goods back and forth that actually service your districts and help you grow your economy. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I know I'm over my time. I apologize, but I strongly encourage you all. This is one of my favorite committees because you know what? Every one of you, irrespective of where you are, needs an infrastructure improvement done in your district so that you can grow your economy. And so I implore you to find a way to help us finally move this country back on track. In Louisiana, they say, we let the good times roll. Today, unfortunately, not much is rolling in America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Thank you, Governor. I also want to recognize the governor's wife who's in the audience, I see. Thanks for being here. Next, it's a pleasure to introduce Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes from the great city of Austin, Texas. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting the National League of Cities to testify today as the committee begins to reauthorize the IIJA. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the great city of Austin, our region, and the nation's 19,000 cities, towns, and villages in each of your congressional districts. No matter how small or large your community or where you live in our country, infrastructure is essential to building a great community and a great economy. Local governments own more than half of all U.S. infrastructure. In fact, we are major investors in every mode of America's transportation network. As you meet with city officials in your district, you will hear that infrastructure's costs far exceed what local governments can raise themselves on their annual balanced budgets. That is why IIJA was a game changer. Local governments finally had the opportunity to leverage local funding to rebuild our infrastructure. IIJA also incentivized states and regions to collaborate to get more projects built. Now, with Congress's support, more than 72,000 infrastructure projects are moving forward today, including 1,500 core transportation projects led directly by cities and towns supporting local jobs and growing economic development. While the 119th Congress will make major national budget decisions, reducing infrastructure investment from IIJA levels would be a $1 trillion mistake. Snapping back to FAST Act funding levels will mean $1 trillion in economic losses to major U.S. job sectors like healthcare, manufacturing, and professional services, putting more than 237 American jobs at risk. However, keeping IIJA funding levels would give $700 back to every American family for the next 20 years. Keeping IIJA investment levels is what the American economy deserves, and it's the ROI that the American people also require. As Congress renews IIJA, NLC urges you to prioritize continued infrastructure collaboration with America's cities, towns, and villages through direct and regional programs that will improve more than half of the nation's transportation network, carry the majority of Americans' daily trips, and support the first and last mile of all freight movement. Because of the IIJA, there are more than 25,000 local and regional transportation organizations in the U.S. that were now able to jump in and help push through those much-needed infrastructure projects forward. You can see the effect of working with local partners in the Safe Streets program today. The U.S. was losing 100 American lives on our roads each day, and the statistics weren't budging. So, in the IIJA, Congress added a bottom-up program specifically targeted to local and regional road safety for both rural and urban areas. Now, the nation's traffic fatalities are declining for the 9th straight quarter. While we must continue the work, IIJA safety investments with local and regional governments are helping to create a national change, showing a potential formula for Congress's future programs. Every congressional district deserves a safe network and direct investment like Safe Streets. America's local governments urge Congress to double down on safety across multiple programs like RAISE, rail crossings, and reconnecting communities to ensure we are protecting all of our road users, as well as our valuable economic generator, our people. Finally, we know that implementing the IIJA at USDOT and moving all the necessary work forward on a 5-year schedule was a substantial effort, especially with the global pandemic and inflation increasing project costs. Yet these conditions are hopefully now in the rear view. Ahead for the U.S. is the opportunity to deliver infrastructure projects, build accountability for every federal dollar, and expedite and right-size the federal processes for infrastructure projects, especially for the smaller safety projects and existing public right-of-way. America's infrastructure delivery could also be supported by tools to follow infrastructure progress and budgeting, open data and mapping platforms, research and manuals that are more practical and less limiting, and programs like SMART, which can leverage testing and expedite new entrants to transportation like advanced air mobility, autonomous transit, AI-driven signaling, and much more. NLC looks forward to supporting this committee in the reauthorization of the IIJA, and with our state and business partners here, we will continue the momentum. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Now we're going to hear from Ms. Galitza, who is the Vice President of Transportation for Home Depot. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Home Depot, the world's largest home improvement retailer, and share our perspective on the critical role infrastructure investments play in enabling commerce and serving the needs of businesses and communities. My name is Sarah Galitza, and I serve as the Home Depot's Vice President of Transportation. In this role, I have unique insight into our complex supply chain, which spans all modes of transportation, from our direct imports with ocean carriers to domestic trucking and rail. I personally saw the power and resilience of our supply chain firsthand during the pandemic, when we were able to quickly adapt to meet high demand from our millions of customers across the U.S. The Home Depot operates more than 2,300 retail stores across North America and Puerto Rico, with over 2,000 in the U.S., employing over 465,000 associates. Our top goal is to get our product to our customers and their communities when and how they need it, and at the lowest cost. To do this, we've invested over $1 billion to open over 100 buildings in the U.S. that set new standards for inventory and delivery speed. These facilities have improved both our operational efficiency and customer service, allowing us to better serve individual markets and customer categories. The Home Depot relies on a third-party carrier base, including ocean carriers, van, flatbed carriers, rail, and more. We work with these carriers to continue to improve service, reduce cost, and enhance safety. The Home Depot has a unique perspective on the importance of interconnected multimodal investments in transportation infrastructure. We strive to invest in these modes and in our supply chain to reduce costs for customers and drive down the overall cost of housing inputs. We appreciate the work Congress has done over the past several years to ensure the appropriate funding is directed towards our nation's infrastructure. As this committee looks towards the next surface reauthorization bill, we ask that you consider the following items. First, America depends on its highway system for economic productivity. Outdated infrastructure compromises this system's effectiveness. We support immediate investments to modernize roadways, pave deteriorating surfaces, and strengthen bridges to ensure they serve the demands of today and tomorrow. The Home Depot's dedicated network of reputable carriers has highlighted that truck parking and congestion are the most significant infrastructure issues this industry is facing. We recommend that Congress appropriate more funding for truck parking spaces and fund new infrastructure projects that add lanes to address congestion rather than only repairing existing infrastructure. Next, ports are a vital component of our supply chain and the broader U.S. economy. At the Home Depot, we utilize 65 origin ports across 9 global ocean carriers and serve 15 ports of entry in the U.S. and Canada. However, ports are often hindered by aging infrastructure, including truck and rail congestion in and out of ports, and the challenges of handling the modern mega vessels. Recurring shutdown threats and labor disputes create costly bottlenecks that disrupt the flow of goods. On the topic of sustainability, Home Depot is committed to finding solutions across the supply chain. We work closely with our shipping partners to encourage and adopt environmentally responsible practices, such as optimized truckloads. On domestic trucking, while our carriers are committed to reducing carbon emissions, there are legitimate concerns about the feasibility of battery electric trucks as it relates to charging stations and the associated strain on the nation's electric grid. Finally, our supply chain has not only designed to meet everyday demands, but also provides critical support during emergencies and natural disasters. The Home Depot leverages the resources and partnerships of states and the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico to address road closures, truck weight exemptions, and hours of service adjustments that allow immediate shipment of urgent supplies. The wildfires in Southern California are top of mind for many members, and I want you to know that the Home Depot is actively working with all officials to help in any way we can. In conclusion, infrastructure is the backbone of commerce, and modernization is critical to ensuring America remains a leader in global trade. To serve businesses like the Home Depot and the communities we serve, Congress must invest in updating our ports, highways, and trucking systems. By working together, we can create a more efficient and resilient supply chain and drive down costs for consumers and help reduce the burden of rising housing costs. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to introduce Mr. Shogun, who is the Vice President of Williams Brothers Construction. And thank you for being here. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and members of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Thank you for inviting me to testify on this vitally important topic. My name is Seth Shulgin, and I am the Vice President of Williams Brothers Construction. I am here on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of America, which advocates for over 28,000 construction firms nationwide, including America's leading general contractors and specialty contracting firms, many of which are small businesses. Williams Brothers Construction is a highway construction firm with over 70 years in business. We employ 2,400 people, operate over 700 trucks, and currently manage 26 active projects with a total contract value of over $5 billion. In my testimony today, I will discuss the status of the nation's transportation system from the perspective of a construction company, focusing on the challenges and opportunities we face in rebuilding America's infrastructure. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act has brought the most substantial investment in infrastructure since the creation of the interstate highway system in the 1950s. Yet inflation has eroded the IIJA's impact. Since 2020, construction costs have risen dramatically, with highway construction costs increasing over 70% since 2020, according to FHWA. This has resulted in reduced purchasing power of federal funds, with an estimated $60 billion lost due to inflation. Despite this, AGC members have strong expectations for the upcoming year for increased investments in highways, bridges, and transportation, reflecting the ongoing impact of the IIJA. This optimism is due to growing demands for safe transportation systems, In response, contractors are planning to expand their workforces to meet the anticipated demand. However, over 90% of contractors report that they are struggling to find workers. At Williams Brothers, we have raised wages and expanded benefits, but still face difficulties hiring qualified workers, such as equipment operators and CDL drivers. This isn't just a business problem, it's a national one. For decades, education policies have prioritized four-year degrees over trade careers, and we're seeing the consequences. These workforce shortages are prompting many firms to charge more, take longer to complete projects, or not bid on projects at all. AGC strongly supports increased funding for career and technical education programs under the Perkins Act. These programs introduce students to viable, high-paying careers in construction. At my local chapter, initiatives like the We Build Texas Roads program and AGC of Texas scholarships are helping attract and train the next generation. But the need is urgent. In fact, my own son is planning to go into the trades rather than attend a university, and that makes me a proud dad. Not everyone is interested in a university education, and having the younger generations be aware of other viable paths to earning a good wage is important for our economy and our workforce. Gen Z has been nicknamed the tool belt generation. These are positive signs that the shift is happening, but it cannot happen fast enough. Yet still, with the need for more workers, reckless driving, speeding, and distractions have made construction work zones more dangerous than ever. We support proven strategies to improve safety, like requiring work zone safety courses for new drivers and using speed safety cameras in work zones. Permitting reform is essential to getting projects off the ground. The IIJA and Fiscal Responsibility Act included critical reforms, but their full potential hasn't been realized. Lengthy environmental reviews continue to delay projects. By fully implementing these laws and limiting reviews to reasonably foreseeable impacts, we can reduce costs and accelerate construction without sacrificing environmental protection. The federal funding provided by this committee plays a critical role. Predictable formula funding is key. It gives states and contractors the stability and flexibility needed to plan and deliver projects efficiently, avoiding delays caused by discretionary grant processes. In addition, whatever legislation that follows the IIJA should address the Highway Trust Fund's revenue shortfalls and at a bare minimum, maintain IIJA levels of funding. A retraction in funding would be catastrophic to our industry and communities. I thank the community for the opportunity to testify today. I appreciate its continued efforts to help improve our nation's infrastructure and enact policies that create good paying jobs in America. I look forward to working with you to keep America moving. I'd be honored to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. We're now going to turn to questions from members, and I'm going to open with Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. And as we all know, the current authorization for our nation's transportation programs will expire on September 30th of 2026. That'll happen fairly quickly. I look forward to working with you, Chairman Graves, and of course our ranking member as well, and our subcommittee ranking member and all our colleagues in the incoming administration to advance our shared priorities and reauthorize our surface programs well ahead of the 2026 deadline. Governor Landry, welcome back. Good to see you. I wonder if you could give us a little insight, share with the committee the importance from a state perspective of reauthorizing our highway programs. What would be the impact to Louisiana, for example, and other states like mine and Arkansas if Congress failed to act ahead of the 2026 deadline?
Oh, it would be huge. I mean, look, this country moves best when it can move goods and services and people. That is probably one of the most important functions that this body has, is to be able to get a stable infrastructure package together where projects can actually be done. And the way you do it is by streamlining the process. It always amazes me as to why each and every one of you would allow a federal agency to be the gatekeeper between the projects you need in your district and the ones that you all fund and the completion of those as well.
You addressed specifically a project that needed some federal help, and I've been down there in Baton Rouge. I know what you're talking about, the congestion there, and so I wonder if you could maybe expand on that a little bit, share with the committee the importance of our core highway formula funding programs to executing projects at the state level.
Yeah, I think when you give states the flexibility to be able to improve their infrastructure in the areas where they need it the most. I mean, again, when you look at Baton Rouge, the traffic there is just horrific, and it's because we built an interstate system. I think it's the only place that I-10 actually makes almost a 90-degree turn in crossing the river, and it needs to be either redesigned or a new bridge would happen. But when you think of all of the industries, the manufacturing jobs, and the goods that are being produced along that river or being exported or imported out, especially up to places like Arkansas as well, to move those goods back and forth, not only by water or rail, but on surface, is extremely important to us. And I think that when you look at each one of your states and you address the economic formulas that improved infrastructure brings to those states, especially states like Arkansas that export a lot, you see the benefit. America benefits as a whole.
I understand your desire for an additional bridge. Myself and my colleague, Mr. Cohen, would probably echo that sentiment that we need another additional bridge over the Mississippi River.
Y'all can pack them in two
Memphis.
if you want. If you want to put them in the bill as one for Arkansas, one for Louisiana.
Yeah, there you go. We'll just package it all up.
One for you.
Appreciate it. Let me switch gears here. Mr. Shulgin, we appreciate you being here today. And let me also say your comments about your son moving into the trades, support that 100%, that we need more young people recognizing the value of the trades. And so I appreciate that and those comments. I wonder if you'd be able to share your perspective a little bit on, you're out in the field. It's important that folks here kind of understand what this stuff means in the real world. I want to discuss an area that I think needs continued scrutiny, and that's the environmental reviews. We all know that time is money. I appreciated your written testimony calling for reducing bureaucracy, not necessarily environmental protection, but fast-tracking infrastructure improvements. It's important to continue to look for ways to make our limited federal resources go as far as they can. Specifically, your written testimony mentions that Texas, in which Williams Brothers Construction operates, is a NEPA assignment state, meaning the state has assumed federal responsibilities for environmental reviews for projects. Could you expand on how that designation has benefited projects, specifically project delivery timelines and costs, while still ensuring that the federal requirements are met?
Sure. Thank you, sir. I mean, really, this is probably a better question for our state DOT lead, but I'll just give you from my perspective on this. So that change has reduced the review times from 36 months to 16 months. And that is drastic. That is incredible. Mm-hmm. And how that helps us is that by expediting those review times, we're able to put the money to work. We're able to put the money to projects. We're able to bring projects forward the way that they were predicted to be brought forward. There aren't any delays. And predictability for our state DOT leads to predictability for contracting community as well. I'll just give you, for example, in Texas, the Texas DOT, they provide us a 4-year forecast. And this is a list of projects that they intend to put out for bid over the next 4 years. And contractors are able to view this and plan accordingly. We're able to make capital investments. We're able to shift resources. We're able to do things that allow us to put as many advantages in place as we possibly can to bid that project, to save the taxpayers money. And so that's where predictability, not only does it help the state DOTs, but it also helps the contracting community as well.
Thank you, appreciate it. I've run out of time. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Governor Landry, again, welcome back to the House Representatives. You said that, in Louisiana, let the good times roll, things aren't rolling. I think my statement outlined the fact, in fact, things are rolling. They're maybe not rolling as fast as people want them to go, but they're certainly rolling a lot better than before we had the BIL, the IAJ, or whatever we're going to call it in the future, laying out those projects. Washington State's received $6 billion in formula funding. Louisiana's due for $5 billion in formula funding over the life of the bill as well. And I presume you're using that money for good things down there in Louisiana. And you have things that you want to do as well. I think that the demand is infinite for transportation projects. The need we have to define for every 5 years, and what can we do over a 5-year chunk of time in terms of BIL. But given that, I just want to understand a little bit more, like, can you elaborate, though, on the importance of these federal funds that do come to Louisiana, and how those historic levels have helped you advance some projects? I've got a similar question for Councilmember Fuentes as well.
I don't think that anyone is complaining about the level of funding that was made. It's the question of what happens between, of how much are we actually spending to get the project actually done, and where you could almost take that money and be able to redirect it, take the restrictive programs that eliminates the federal bureaucracy. I think any of the mayors or any of the governors, quite frankly, on both sides, will testify that the amount of bureaucracy that the federal government places on top of us as we move those particular projects is extremely cumbersome. And then, of course, as you layer that bureaucracy and administrative process onto it, that's time, that's money, that's what the general contractor was talking about. And so our plea is to look at the process and see where we can further streamline it so we can actually get the projects to construction.
All right, thanks. Can I just ask, when you speak, everyone on the microphone, if you could have the microphone right at you, because I think we're getting a little feedback if it's to the side. Yeah, thanks. For Councilmember Fuentes, welcome. Good to see you again. I wanted to ask you, as an elected official and as a regional transportation leader on the Austin Capital Area MPO board, you bring a unique perspective here. Can you elaborate on why it's important to have locals having a voice in shaping investments? And then as well, maybe the importance of having access directly to federal funding as opposed to relying on states all the time. I hear this, we have this debate, like, should give more money to the states. You do that maybe at the expense of the cities and the counties, who then have to go beg to the states as opposed to begging the federal government. I mean, just if you could help us understand that.
Yes, thank you. That is why the IIJA is such a landmark program, because for the first time, local governments could have access to federal fundings for that, so that we can work together, both federally and locally, on projects for our shared constituents, projects that matter most to our shared constituents. And what we've seen, and you alluded to this, you mentioned this, Ranking Member Larson, is that the demand that we have for infrastructure projects across our nation is incredibly vast, from expanding roadway options, improving our roads, to expanding rail options. And what this program does, it allows local governments to address the challenges of our transportation network in a way that is unique and specific to our community. What works in Austin might not work in a city like Liberty in Missouri, or perhaps Seattle. I mean, they're incredibly different. And that's why having funding at the local level is important, because local governments know our community best, and we can work together with our federal partners to deliver these projects in a way that meets the need that we have.
Just to remind members as we move forward, we did actually in the IIJA do a lot of streamlining and permitting reform that this administration unfortunately hasn't been able to implement. But the law is there, and we expect the next administration to take the work that we did and actually get it moving. Maybe not in the ways we exactly want it to do, but that's why we're here to oversee what administrations do. So we look forward to that. Mr. Shulgin, your testimony called for more surface transportation dollars to be distributed by formula to states, and I'm making the case that there are places where local governments need to have access directly to dollars. I can think of the county of Walla Walla County in Washington State, where they get $108 million in direct federal money for Wallula on Highway 12. No one knows what that is except me, perhaps. But that said, it wasn't going to happen through the state. It happened through the federal government. But it is important to have the formula, have dollars go through formula. If Congress pushes more money to the states through state formulas, how can we guarantee locals can get their infrastructure needs addressed? Because we do have stories of states holding on to dollars and using them to offset other things. We also have stories of states who work with local governments to identify projects. So I appreciate your policy point, but it doesn't end up being consistent state to state.
So all I can do is speak from a Texan standpoint.
Wouldn't expect
in
a
our
Texan to do anything else.
And I would say that the formula funding has worked extremely well for Texas. Again, going back to that predictability, and I would encourage all cities to work with their DOTs. as much as possible. I think the Texas DOT does a phenomenal job of working with the cities to meet the demands of not only the local areas, but the demands of the entire state.
It's probably an area we're going to have to explore further as we move forward on the bill, but thank you very much, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting this on. It's a good way to start the year. It's great. Find out what the needs are. So, Governor, good to see you again. Louisiana, like many of the states, have some natural disasters, a lot of them. And because of that, there's disruptions at the ports. How have you worked with the U.S. Coast Guard to mitigate those damages or other things that have happened, and how could you do it better?
We work well with the U.S. Coast Guard. As my time here, I served on the Coast Guard Subcommittee with you all as well, and congratulations, I believe you're the chair of the Coast Guard Subcommittee now. I think the Coast Guard for a long time has done a great job of working with the state and locals in areas where there's a waterway impediment. Of course, we have our frustrations, as we do with many federal agencies as well, but I can speak of more times in which the Coast Guard has been flexible enough and worked with us in order to get the waterways open than not.
So your state, like mine and others, have a lot of water projects, so forth, and doing that bill is important. It's vital to the state of Louisiana and other states. And I was wondering, how does water and what happens as the Army Corps tries to implement whatever plan we come up with, the projects and authorities, how does that help address your state needs?
If I understand the question correctly, the impact of the Army Corps' permitting process? Yeah, look, we have some very important projects along the coast of Louisiana. As you know, we have the biggest coastal erosion problem in the country, which drastically affects the rest of the country as well. We've got vital energy infrastructure that we protect, as well as a huge fisheries, as well as oil and gas that's produced offshore. When we try to put projects like the Morganza to the Gulf project, which is used to protect that vital infrastructure, those 404B permits get hung up in the New Orleans office because there are a lot of other 404 applications out there on the private sector as well. By allowing the state to assume that responsibility the same way that the federal government has allowed states to assume some of the permitting, say under the Clean Water Act, under the Clean Air Act, we believe that we can move those permits quicker and be able to get those projects completed at less cost instead of getting hung up at the Corps, if that's what I understand the question was.
It was. So would you say that then decreasing the Army Corps' responsibilities, increasing the state's responsibilities would help your state in?
100%. It would be the same as we assume the role of EPA over air or water permits as well through our Department of Environmental Quality. We issue those particular permits on behalf of the federal government by implementing those statutes, giving us the ability to do that under the 404B program, we believe would again be a game changer in many of the projects, not only for the problems that we have in Louisiana, but in Texas as well. I promise you, the mayor knows exactly what I'm talking about. And I just think it would help to speed the process up.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing. Appreciate it. Yield back.
Mr. Nadler, and welcome back to the committee, by the way.
Thank you. Before I ask my questions, I want to observe that Ms. Galicia talked about ports, highways, and trucking systems, and they're all important. But she omitted railroads. And railroads are more energy efficient per ton mile and can be electrified and often are. Our policy should be to invest in our railroads too, and to divert as much freight as possible from trucks to rail. Mayor Fuentes, in your testimony, you highlighted the significant infrastructure growth in Austin and similar urban areas due to the bipartisan infrastructure funding. As you may know, since 1982, federal transportation funding has been governed by the 80-20 split, which restricts the Federal Department of Transportation from spending more than 20% of its highway trust fund money on transit projects, leaving most of the federal funding for highway projects. Could you elaborate on how additional federal investment in transit might further enhance public transportation systems in cities like Austin?
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Congressman. It is absolutely critically important that we continue to have additional funding available, particularly for transit options. We know for our growing cities that this is a way that we can not only connect our residents, but also ensure that we are getting people to where they need to go, whether it be a job, school, workplace, recreation, you name it. In Austin, we have an incredible transit system that our voters approved in 2020 that will bring a new light rail line through our city. And I'm very thrilled to share that IIJA has been supportive of our Project Connect line, and certainly this is an opportunity for us to continue that investment.
Should Congress eliminate the 80-20 rule?
I believe Congress should continue to invest in all transit options, all transportation options, including transit.
But should we eliminate the 80-20 rule that says 80% for highways and 20% for transit so that we could be more flexible?
As a representative at the local level, I'm all for flexibility, especially knowing how different our communities are. So if there's a way that we can take a look at the funding that allows local governments that flexibility so they can use the funds in a way that matters most to their community, we are supportive of it.
I'll take that as a yes. Mayor Fuentes, you highlighted the successful implication of federal partnerships and the bipartisan infrastructure law funding in enhancing local infrastructure projects across various regions, including Austin. As cities like Austin and New York face unique challenges related to their size and density, what steps could Congress take in the next surface transportation reauthorization to better support complex multimodal projects in urban areas?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. First and foremost, I'm here to ask for Congress to not only maintain the funding levels that we've seen through the IIJA, but also perhaps increase it. We know that there is such a need throughout our country for us to improve our infrastructure. Many of our transportation networks are multimodal and have unique needs, and local governments have been delivering on meeting the demand that we have on our transportation networks, but it's simply not enough. And so we need the support of our federal partners so that we can deliver on those projects where it matters most.
Thank you. And finally, again, Mayor Fuentes, transportation safety is a top priority as we continue to see a staggering number of transportation-related fatalities. As we saw in the bipartisan infrastructure law, Safe Streets for All was an extremely popular program with communities and regions. It's been especially critical to enhancing safety and mobility in my own city of New York. Can you speak to some of the transportation safety challenges you see at the local and regional level, and whether Congress should continue to support critical safety programs like Safe Streets or maybe additional programs?
That's right. The Safe Streets program has been incredibly effective. In fact, it's oversubscribed. We've seen communities of all sizes, towns of all sizes participate, over 7,000, in fact. And it really highlights the need for us to have Safe Streets continue and the importance that funding is having on our communities in providing safer outcomes. We know by having programs like Safe Streets, we can have a safer community, and especially in Austin, we know that we've been able to decrease our crashes by 25% in the last few years. So these programs, these investments are making a huge difference on our communities, and certainly want to continue that funding.
Thank you, and I have 20 seconds left. I'll yield back.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Landry, since 2001, spending from the trust fund has exceeded deposits. I'm sure you're aware, since 2008, Congress has transferred more than $250 billion from the general fund to the highway trust fund, and the CBO estimates that we're going to need an additional over $135 billion just 5 years after the expiration of the IIJA. We've created a situation where a lot of money's going to non-core projects and some completely unrelated to highways whatsoever, and we've kind of abandoned and severed the user pay principle, diverted money from actual infrastructure, and prioritized special interest above cost efficiency. Now, I'm going to divert from the gentleman right before me regarding transit productivity because it's been declining since 1960. Federal funding from 1960 to 2019 in inflation-adjusted dollars and operating costs have more than quintupled, while ridership has either largely remained unchanged or constant, or since COVID actually dropped by a quarter. $69.5 billion in emergency supplemental plus funding plus a 67% increase in transit funding in the IAJA have not solved the problem. And despite representing 1% of person trips, transit is receiving 15% of the gas tax revenue in addition to other subsidies. And I'm just wondering, as a guy's got to manage a state, bunch of highways, bridges that you've already talked about, cities where transit is there. What do you suspect is the answer from our viewpoint, other than just more money that we don't have?
I think it's two things. My grandfather one day tried to explain to me the difference between wants and needs, right? And so if you're on a boat and it sinks and you can swim, you want a life jacket maybe. But if you're on a boat and you can't swim and it sinks, you need a life jacket, right? And so I think that part of the problem we have up here, and I say that as someone who has served up here, is the ability to differentiate between the wants and the needs. And you have to fund your needs before you fund your wants. And then if you look at that inflationary cost, look at the level of bureaucracy that has increased in that same time period that you were talking about. Think about the layers that have been placed upon these projects administratively. In fact, I wish I'd had this flow chart that I saw the other day of what it takes us to get a money from the federal government and through the federal procurement and the project up to completion. It can take years, it can take a decade. And so I think that if you couple that with determining the needs versus the wants and saying, hey, let's fund our needs, right? I mean, we have some, I guarantee, Rick, if you look at it, like there is a demonstrative fact of the infrastructure needs of this country. The just amount of bridges that just need to be replaced, right? Think about the aging infrastructure that has served us well, right? That has aged out. If we invest in that and say, okay, before we do something new, before we come up with a new idea, let's take care of that infrastructure that is crumbling around us that people for decades now have been used to using. That's my thoughts.
Well, I tend to agree with you, Governor. Of course, I'm from Pennsylvania, and we've got a lot of structurally deficient bridges, and the diversion of funds for lesser and lesser used systems is not a recipe for success, and it'd be great to have your continued advocacy. I understand gentleman on the other side of the aisle wants to break the 80-20 rule, and I understand the mayor's interest in having flexibility. We've got to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money, and the traveling public, especially those who are paying the gas taxes, want their roads to be fixed, want the technology, want their bridges to work, and don't want that money diverted to systems that aren't used and are decreasingly used. And so I think we need to have an eye for that. And the argument of needs and wants is relative. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all the witnesses, for the testimony. Very important and divergent views on where we are. I was pleased to hear that, Ms. Fuentes, you said there's some 70,000 projects that have actually been funded out of the IIJA. Might keep that in mind, Governor Landry, as you were talking about all the bureaucracy. 3 years, 72,000 projects. Things are moving along. I'm curious about, and Governor, thank you so very much for your opening statement and the concern that you have for Los Angeles, Los Angelinos, and the tragedies of the fire. There's going to need to be federal assistance through FEMA. There's a long history of that support. We've seen it recently in the 2 hurricanes and the floods, hurricanes in Florida, floods and the like. I'm concerned that there appears to be a movement among members of Congress and Senate and even our soon-to-be president, that those kinds of, that support to rebuild and to provide immediate assistance to those that have been harmed in Los Angeles appears to be tied or may be tied to some other issue. In other words, there would be conditions placed on the availability of the money. Governor, Louisiana, in the last 2 decades, has received over $120 billion of direct federal aid. A lot of it with Katrina, the hurricane, rebuilding your cities, roads. Do you believe that the federal aid that you received and others have received, in the case of Los Angeles, should be conditioned upon some extraneous policy?
Are you saying that Congress is taking a new position of not giving us strings to the money they give us? I mean, it's something, unfortunately, that we've been complaining about for years. But like, if we're going to take that approach, let's take all the strings off, is what I would say. Look, I would tell you that there's no doubt after, quite frankly, FEMA could almost set up its headquarters in Louisiana when you count the number of natural disasters that we've had. And believe you me, I feel deeply sorry for and make calls into the governors of states who normally don't have those types of disasters, like North Carolina, like California, because I can tell you this, we can spend that money, and if you go down on the ground, you'll be able to see ways under which that money could be implemented, and FEMA could do that job a lot better with the money that they have already, and have a greater potential impact. But when you go back to the IJJ, I think there were 72,000 projects that were approved, but 1,500 of those projects are core projects. Now think about the ratio.
Governor, excuse me, Governor. Your testimony is very, very important, but I want to focus here on the emergency relief that should be available to the people that have been harmed in Los Angeles. That relief is being discussed to be delivered in a different way. It would only be available on conditions that would have to be met by California, many of which are unrelated to the problem. Your state, and you're quite correct, FEMA could set up its headquarters. You've received over $120 billion over the last 2 decades, none of it conditional.
Correct.
Similarly, Florida, the 2 hurricanes, North Carolina, the floods. Relief made available, unconditional. There's a long history here, and I want our colleagues to be aware that by the current discussion going on, that the relief for Southern California would be conditional with some extraneous policy that may have nothing to do with the fires there, is a road that we should not be traveling. Governor, thank you so very much.
I would agree with that. I mean, look, I don't think that we should be placing conditions on funding that is not attributable to the disaster in and of itself, whether we did it on one side, but it should be good for both sides as well.
Thank you very much, Governor. I yield back.
Mr. Babin.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses here today, and I especially like to welcome my good friend, Louisiana Governor Landry, Really appreciate the good job you've been doing down there, and our heart goes out to you about what happened in New Orleans. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, and I'll get back to you, Governor. The first question I'd like to ask is for Mr. Shulgin. The Biden administration just yesterday issued a rulemaking eliminating the waiver for manufactured products under the Build America, Buy America. I want to ask you just a quick answer. What will the financial impact be for Associated General Contractors membership, and what impact would it have on construction projects in the terms of timing?
Thank you, sir. My caution is that I hope we have a slow rollout for it. We cannot just immediately eliminate the waiver. Manufacturing needs time. We did a big study on this in the state of Texas and looked at products that don't have an alternative to it, a domestic alternative to it. And in order to ramp up manufacturing and produce those products, it was going to take, I think, at least 2 years.
Okay.
And so we need to be mindful of how that is rolled out so that it doesn't delay projects. Again, It gets back to predictability, and delaying projects ultimately costs more, and we can't have that.
You bet. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And now, Governor Landry, transportation funding allocated to states has increasingly become siloed. Do you believe that it would be more effective if the federal government provided funds to states as a block grant, allowing these states and local partners the flexibility to determine where and how to allocate the funding, or do you think the current system is working well?
Yes. That's it.
Yes, you want
Yes, we want to block grant it.
Block grant
The more
it, yeah.
flexibility you can give the states and the governors
Absolutely.
to work with their local governments, the quicker we can get those projects completed.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It has been 4 years since Democrats passed the IIJA. We've already been asked some questions about this, but the infrastructure bill and their Department of Transportation continues to fall behind and fail to implement this bill. In fact, the Department of Transportation is still putting out rulemakings that were required by previous surface transportation reauthorization bills dating all the way back to 2012. We've heard from several states that given its historic size, the IIJA added all sorts of new requirements, some of which remain unclear, that continue to cause headaches for state departments of transportation. Can you elaborate on your state's experiences with that?
With the with the decision to shorten that, can you clarify that question for me?
Yeah.
Babbitt?
On the IIJA.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Look, again, I think that if you took the IIJ and you eliminated the restrictive programs that are in it, and you went back and you further block granted that money to the states, creating the flexibility they needed, it would certainly be helpful. In addition to that, I know that there was an attempt to implement the one federal decision into the IIJA. The problem is that you shorten the game time, but you lengthen the field. You know what I mean? What happened was you told agencies, listen, you have to complete your environmental assessment in 2 years, but they just doubled the amount of paperwork. And then when we don't get to the 2 year when the clock runs out at 2 years and we're not there, they just pile on more paperwork. And so again, our states are capable, and y'all have complete oversight over that, the ability to give us the ability to issue those things and eliminate the bureaucracy, place that burden on the state, and we wouldn't be complaining about that here, and you could just call us when we don't do what we're supposed to do.
This brings me to my last question. You're going to be answering a lot of questions today. You already have. So I want to give you a chance to speak freely. If there's one thing that you'd like for this committee to take away from this meeting today, Governor, what would that be?
I think, boys, not just one. I think the first thing is to look closely at the level of bureaucracy that is piled upon the states as you attach strings to the funding that you send us, and try to implement common sense rather than, I don't know what's been going on before, to be honest, Congressman, but give us, we're responsible. The mayor, look, she gets elected like we do as well, and we will work to implement the ultimate goal of driving those economies by improving that infrastructure with y'all help.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Governor. I appreciate it. Yield back.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, for convening this necessary hearing. And I also want to thank the witnesses for sharing their valuable insights with us today. Infrastructure is the backbone of our nation. Every dollar we invest is a dollar invested in safety, economic growth, and opportunity for every American. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act isn't just the most historic infrastructure investment in our nation's history, it's a lifeline. In 2019, we were spending just 2.5% of GDP on infrastructure, a sharp decline from the 4.2% we invested in the 1930s. The results were clear: crumbling roads, dangerous bridges, and disconnected communities. Thanks to the IIJA, the Department of Transportation allocated $388 billion in grants to rebuild and modernize roads, bridges, transit, airports, railways, and ports. Now, over 85,000 projects across America are underway, creating jobs and repairing 196,000 miles of roads, modernizing more than 11,400 bridges, and supporting cleaner, more efficient transit systems. Abandoning these investments risks leaving 1.6 million jobs behind, delaying progress, and endangering the safety of millions of Americans. And we can't afford to turn back. This is our opportunity to build a stronger, safer, and more connected America. Councilwoman Fuentes, in your testimony, you emphasized the importance of robust infrastructure investment and the need for continued collaboration between local, state, and federal governments to address America's infrastructure challenges. Last year, a bus driver for our local transit agency was tragically shot during a dispute about a $2.50 bus fare in Georgia. Given that incident, how can local and federal partnerships be strengthened to enhance safety measures for transit operators and prevent such tragedies in the future?
Thank you, Congressman, for that. And thank you for highlighting the success of the IIJA and the importance of reauthorizing it. Certainly, we are both committed at all levels, at the local, at the state, and the federal levels to ensure the safety of all of our residents. And I believe that through this funding, it's a way for us to ensure that we have the programs, services, and infrastructure needed to ensure the safety of our communities. And I think with the Safe Streets program in particular, we've been able to deliver on those safety measures, whether it is doing a citywide lighting study that we're doing in Austin as a result of the Safe Street Grant Award that we received, or if it's installing safer crossings. There's a variety of ways that we can ensure the safety of our communities, but at the end of the day, what matters is that the IIJA marked the first time that localities were able to draw down federal funds in a way that maximizes those efforts.
Thank you. During the devastating weather disasters, marginalized communities are more vulnerable to experience disproportionate harm due to their limited and often inadequate infrastructure. In your testimony, Councilwoman Fuentes, you emphasized the need for a balanced approach that considers the diverse needs of communities of all sizes and ensures that infrastructure projects benefit all residents, particularly those in underserved areas. How can we ensure that infrastructure projects are designed to effectively mitigate risks faced by marginalized communities during weather disasters?
Thank you. I think that Congress should watch how funding is distributed in a way to ensure that it goes to the areas where it's needed the most. And by, again, having that local partnership and distributing these funds, it's absolutely key to ensure that we are targeting these investments in a way that ensures that no one in our community is left behind.
Okay,
especially.
let me stop you there. I want to yield the balance of my time to Congressman Figures.
Okay, thank you.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for yielding. Governor Landry, I wanted to catch you before you left because I know you're hard pressed for time, but Thank you for your service to this country in the military and as a law enforcement officer. I represent Mobile, which is the birthplace of Mardi Gras, so you're welcome. And we thank you guys for Nick Saban. But as a fellow child of the South, someone who grew up in the South, grew up going around the southern states, can you talk about the historical impact of the lack of investment in infrastructure that we've had in that region and the importance of this committee paying particular attention to working on driving investments toward the South to modernize infrastructure?
Well, I can talk to you just like about SEC football, right? When you invest in the infrastructure over there, you see the results that you get in the football teams, right? But I think that, again, certainly the South has lagged in the amount of true infrastructure dollars that can be placed based upon the economic activity that is occurring. I tell people all around the country and around my state when I go places is that there's actually a new industrial South that has emerged that is bringing great jobs to areas, especially the areas that you serve. The ability to retain and to expand on those jobs and to ultimately improve the wages of those jobs is based upon having good infrastructure to move those goods and services and to support those economies.
Thank you, Governor. I yield back.
Mr. Rouser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Galitza, appreciate all of our witnesses being here, but I know you've had some direct experience in helping us recover from the very devastating effects of Hurricane Helene. Thousands of homes were destroyed. This very swift movement of goods and services is so incredibly important in that particular situation. Can you talk just a little bit about how Home Depot and similar companies have worked with their partners in the area to continue the movement of goods and disaster recovery efforts? And in particular, from a supply chain standpoint, can you talk about what we as Congress need to do to help assist with that expeditious delivery?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. Yes, we were front and center during some of that disastrous hurricane. And a couple of things that the Home Depot does. One is our foundation not only donated $2 million to some of the relief efforts, but we really partner with our local charities that can actually deliver on the ground, get people back into homes, and do things like that. That is something that we do on a regular basis. In terms of some other activities, we do things like our associates will volunteer to come and help clean up. We have efforts to create kits that were actually donated to all of the surrounding areas. And then we actually had some of our transportation providers, some of our carriers, volunteer free of charge to deliver those into the community. One of the things that we do is we have a command center that is really focused on getting product before the event that are things that are needed for the community. And we will sit in a room with our transportation carriers and everybody else, and we expedite as much product as we possibly can to get into those areas as fast as we can. So we're partnering with the local and state officials and DOT to make sure we know which roads are going to be passable before and after the event. And one of the things that could help that is on the truck weights. We know that there's often some exemptions given to truck weights and hours of service during disasters, but sometimes the product is coming from out of state. And so it would be really helpful if we had a little bit more consistency of that policy across the board, so that way we can stay on the federal interstates all the way from, let's say, a facility in Georgia all the way to a facility or to the communities in North Carolina.
Yeah. Is there any particular rule or regulation that you just looked at and said, my goodness, this makes no sense in this particular case? You touched on hours of service and all that, but was there one in particular that has hindered your efforts more than others?
I'm not aware of any that have hindered our efforts. We really work with local and state officials to make sure that we can get products into the communities as quickly as possible, and we have been successful in doing that.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for all your effort. Obviously, it's a very devastating situation there and
yes.
Unprecedented, quite frankly, and It's going to be a long-time recovery, so appreciate your continued efforts.
Absolutely.
Governor Landry, great to see you, and I really appreciate you being here as well. I'm focused on, in terms of this question, this point of conversation, I want to know how we maximize energy delivery. And what I mean by that is, what are the things that we need to repeal? What are the things that we need to do in coordination with the states to make Louisiana one of the most energy dominant states? I say one of the most because I got Mr. Texas here to my left, and I'm cognizant of that. But Texas, Louisiana, all our great dominant energy producing states. What are the things that Congress needs to do to maximize energy delivery?
Energy delivery, if you could give me back my gas stove, that would be great. My tankless gas water heater, it'd be nice. Look, I think that, we can have some fun, right? Look, I think that you're asking a very important question. Now, when you look at the direction that, that not only our nation's economy is driving, but the global economy is being driven. Everyone here wants to see their economies grow. Everyone here wants to see wages increase. Everyone here wants to see the standard of living increased. You cannot do any of those things without power and without energy. And I think that we're finding out that the direction that we were taking this country in regards to delivering that type of power is really not going to meet the needs of driving that economy. So I think that anything that you all can do to look at how we increase the overall power output of states, not only Louisiana or Texas or in your state as well, that I would urge Congress to do that. Again, I go back to the permitting process. I go back to the level of bureaucracy that's out there. And I think that when you do that, when you reduce that, you unleash the innovation that is pent up here in this country.
Well, absolutely. And I would ask, and I recognize I'm a little over time, so I'm going to yield here in a second, but I would ask that you and your team, if you can compile things that we specifically as a committee can work on to help on that front, whether it be related to pipelines, the one federal decision, all those things that culminate in really creating for major headaches and or greater expedition of energy delivery.
Well, I can tell you real quick, I know you're out of time, but just on the Nat Gas Act, like if we want to place a natural gas pipeline between us and Texas, why should the federal government care? That's a decision between us and Texas. In other words, if we wanted to build pipelines between states, as long as those two states agreed, why would you care?
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Carson.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for everyone. Regarding infrastructure, especially rail, which the Indiana Beach Grove facility for Amtrak is housed in my district, can you describe some of the more important cybersecurity and information technology challenges that should be addressed? How concerned are you about the previous FAA computer outages and the notice of air mission system that went down and the ransomware attacks that have been targeting specifically municipal agencies? What are some of the top priorities in this area that we should focus on and why? And are there specific ways that our committee can provide direct assistance?
Who was?
Let's rock and roll, Governor.
Yep. Look, I think you bring up a great topic. Again, we go back to aging infrastructure. You know, have we adequately invested in the technology we need, especially in the FAA, right? Or are we still relying on decades-old technology to keep our passengers and our planes safe and being able to be on time, which is a problem nowadays. I know you know that. I would just like to inject one thing when you're talking about the FAA. We've got a problem with drones. We do. And the FAA is not adequately addressing the ability of states to mitigate drone activity over critical infrastructure. And I would urge this body to weigh in on that. What I have heard, they even restrict our federal agencies' ability to mitigate drones. I'm not talking everywhere. I'm talking over vital infrastructure. And so again, I think that plays into some of the questions that you asked.
Thank you, Governor, and I will join you on the call to the FAA. We certainly encourage the FAA to take in more local input as well for this, not only with the drone activity, but also for the safety of our airport. We are dealing with severe staffing shortages at our airports across the nation, but particularly in Austin, we need more air traffic controllers. You have such a great question about what more can we be doing to make our infrastructure more resilient. And certainly, there's a lot we can do on hardening our infrastructure, our physical infrastructure. But when we take a look at the fact that we are in the digital age, so much of what we are contending with is around cybersecurity. So you are seeing more and more localities adopting cybersecurity measures to ensure that all parts of running our local government, our state government, and our federal government are hardened, that we are secure, and that we are adapting to new technologies as it's emerging. So I think when Congress considers reauthorizing the IIJA, I would hope that there's consideration there for what that looks like for localities in our states, and see this as an opportunity to inject additional resources so that we can ensure that we're protecting our communities on all fronts, both physically and both online.
Thank you. And for Home Depot, we absolutely leverage rail on a regular basis for our building materials, as well as we try to take trucks off the road and put them on intermodal. So for us, two things are really important. One is is the physical as well as cybersecurity. So physical security from a crime and a theft perspective that we know not only our rail providers deal with, but also our domestic trucking providers deal with. And the same thing across all of our modes of transportation. We have had several carriers that have had cyber attacks, and it has certainly impacted the ability for them to operate effectively.
So believe it or not, our roadways are getting smarter also through technology as well. And so we are also conscientious about the potential cyber hacks and things that may ultimately impact not only the motoring public, but also our workers in our work zones that are relying on that smart work zone device or that smart technology to help keep them safe.
Thank you all. I yield back, Chairman.
Mr. Boston.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm sure all of you know by now there's a national shortage of truck parking. It was mentioned in one of your testimonies. The Department of Transportation study the issue found that the truck parking shortages in every state, region, country, and problems that continues to get worse. Recent estimates are right now that for every truck every 11 trucks on the road, there's one parking spot place. This puts drivers in a no-win situation. For those of you that don't know, I came from a family trucking business. I tell people I ran it for 10 years. I loved it for 8. And Mr. Collins also deals with the same business. But the drivers, like I said, are in a no-win situation. And then I've worked, ever since I've been here, to try to direct money towards trucking, for parking for trucks. Governor Landry, the Port of New Orleans is one of the nation's largest cargo terminals, with 1,000 trucks going in and out of the port each and every day. How familiar are you with the truck parking shortage issue in your state? And if the federal government had a dedicated pot of money to expand parking capacity to help address issues, do you think that's something that the states and the local municipalities in Louisiana would be interested in?
Yes, I am very keenly aware of the problems we have down at the Port of Orleans in regards to trucking. We've got a lot of vehicles, as you said, going in and out just to bring goods and services, either for export or those coming in, on top of the amount of tourists that are coming in. Anything that we can do to holistically look at a way to improve our surface transportation and get the movement of goods and services while addressing the needs of those truck drivers as well, I certainly am more than happy to work with you all on.
So another question, kind of expanding on that. If we don't have a set dollar directed to the states and local municipalities to do that, if you're just giving your motor fuel money and everything like that, you're not going to put it in parking. You're going to put it in highways and bridges and things, as you explained earlier, correct?
Well, it's unfortunate. I've got a bridge that y'all took over and won't replace, and so I've got to choose between replacing a bridge or giving the truckers more parking. That's correct. But I think that if you go out there and you look and say, okay, you're going to do these particular projects, especially and tie in some of the waterways funding as well. You know, when we look at the ports, it shouldn't be just about the water. It should be about the rail and the surface transportation, and do it holistically. We'd be more than happy to work with y'all on that.
You know, with the number of trucks on the road in mind, it's important to remember that our supply chain needs to promote efficiency to get goods from point to point as quick as possible. Whether it's a terminal or a port or warehouse, getting goods loaded onto the truck, but both safely and efficiently, is vitally important. Ms. Gerliza, can you both talk, or can you talk about Home Depot and how they're increasing efficiency on the loading to move the trucks faster, and then also that same parking issue?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So on the efficiency, that is something that is near and dear to my heart. Home Depot wants to do everything we can to maximize what gets onto a truck. So we've done a couple things over the past few years. Number one is on our outbound side, when we load from DCs to stores, we're actually doing those floor loaded because we can get more cube into those trucks by having them floor loaded, so that way the stores are unloading the individual boxes. And net, it's an absolute benefit. It takes trucks off the road, and it also reduces cost. On the inbound side, we actually have some algorithms and math that order our inbound products from vendors in truckload quantities. And so it rounds to a truckload on the inbound side as well. We do similar things with maximizing cube on our international containers, but when they come to the U.S., we put them into floor-loaded 53-foot trailers to send them across the country. So those are some things that we have done and continue to optimize those. On the parking piece, we completely agree with you. It's one of the biggest issues from our carrier base. And I know you mentioned the 1 to 11 spots. We've heard that stat too, and that it takes on average about 56 minutes for a driver to find a parking spot.
Correct.
We feel like that is critical. Having them park in a safe spot not only protects the driver, but it also protects the cargo that we're seeing rising in cargo theft. And so those are both very important to Home Depot, and we also hope that there's possibly some sort of national technology that would help drivers find available and be able to reserve parking spots instead of driving around to find those locations.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. My time has expired. I yield back.
I'm going to allow Ms. Titus and then Mr. Westerman questions with the governor and then we'll let you go. Ms. Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent Las Vegas, and we don't make a lot there except maybe dreams come true. So that's why I'm glad to be on this committee, because it's so important for supply chains. We import everything from flowers to lobster to people, so getting them there and moving them around is very important. Governor, my district and New Orleans have a lot in common. You know, we host big events, we depend on tourism, and we're subject to extreme weather. In your case, hurricanes, in our case, extreme heat. I'd like to follow up on what Mr. Garamendi was mentioning and ask you what it would mean to a state like Louisiana in a disaster situation if you had to wait for the vagaries of politics in Washington before you could apply for and get the funding that you need.
Well, first of all, I just want you to know me and my wife over in your beautiful city. Not all of our dreams came true, but we had a good time.
Well, that's the main thing. Come back again.
Look, I will tell you, as someone who has lived through and been an elected official through many natural disasters over in Louisiana, that what matters most is the speed at which you can deliver the service that's needed at that time. The politics can wait, but the speed that you need is extremely important. And I can tell you, I have lived through maybe, and I don't know exactly what Mr. Garamendi was talking about, but I'm going to look into it, because I don't know that I haven't lived through some of the frustrations maybe that you are talking about. It's just that not all of America has a natural disaster like we have had. But I'm sure the folks in North Carolina have seen it as well. And so again, I would tell you that any way that you can streamline and give FEMA the flexibility it needs to deliver the services that it needs to those people who are hurting the most, I would support.
I agree with you. I don't think we should hold up funding for some other political reason when people are at their lowest point and they're most desperate. Speaking of extreme weather, I'd like to ask you, Ms. Fuentes, about how we can structure future things to take into consideration the impact of climate change. We're dealing with extreme drought. You see it lead to wildfires. Water is a scarcity that we have to deal with for the future. It's tied to lives, livelihoods, quality of life. Would you just address that a little bit more so we can keep that in mind as we look at reauthorizing surface transportation?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Certainly in Austin, Texas, we have dealt with our fair share of extreme heat and know what that contends with. In my district, we currently have a pilot going on where we have a cooling sealant on our streets, and that's important because it's in an area that is dealing with the heat island effect. And being able to utilize new technologies that will lower the temperature will have better outcomes for our residents who live in that neighborhood. So I think that reauthorizing the IIJA is a great opportunity for us to look at how can we improve the resilience of our cities to withstand extreme weather events, particularly when it comes to heat or winter storms or with droughts. And this is in a way that all local leaders are looking at and need more funding for when we are thinking about how else might we update our infrastructure.
I appreciate you mentioning those heat islands because those are in our urban areas. They're most often disadvantaged areas. We want to be sure that when we fund these programs that they impact everybody equally, not just your more affluent neighborhoods.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you. Now yield back.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here. Governor, thank you for hanging around way over here. Bruce Westerman from Arkansas, your neighbor to the north. My congressional district is pretty much the whole Arkansas, Louisiana state line on the south. But as we look at reauthorizing the Surface Transportation Act this year, I think it's good to reflect on our history going back to 1956 when President Eisenhower initiated the Interstate Highway Program, and to look at the remarkable accomplishments of previous generations where they built 42,000 miles of interstate in, I believe, 32 years and have most of it paid for. Since then, the last 34 years, that was 35 years, they built 42,000 miles. The last 34 years, we built 7,000 miles. And the cost has gone through the sky. Even if you look at the money spent on the original interstate highway system and the amount of money that was in the infrastructure bill, even adjusting the original amount for inflation, it was less than what was approved in that infrastructure bill. So somehow costs have gotten out of control, schedules have drastically slowed down. And Governor, as an example, Interstate 49 that originates down in, I guess, Lafayette, goes up through Speaker Johnson's district into my district, all the way up to Kansas City. That's where it's supposed to go to. That project was first talked about in 1965, before we were born, and it's still not complete today. Can you just talk about how important it is to finish up these routes and what Interstate 49 means to Louisiana? And I even asked the mayor from Texas, it could take a tremendous amount of pressure off of trucks moving out of Houston going up on that northern route.
Yeah, it's time we stop talking and start doing. I think if you look at, my staff was good enough to pull the chart that I was talking about. This is a DOT's project delivery process in Louisiana that's based upon the federal model. And if you follow it from stage 0 to stage 6, it takes you 10 years to complete a project. I mean, think about that. Now, that doesn't include the funding for the projects because the funding is not always as reliable. But I think that goes to show, I think we built the Golden Gate Bridge twice as fast as this process. And so I think that the sad part is that we continue to just believe that throwing money at it is going to fix it. And maybe we should look at the things that are not working, eliminate those things, and see what was working in the past. And then what you'll see is instead of the price going up and the miles getting shorter, the price will go down and the miles constructed will be longer.
Thank you, Governor. Mayor, do you want to talk about Interstate 49 in Texas?
Thank you. You know, what I would add to this conversation is that what we know is how interconnected our transportation network is. And when we talk about how our goods are moving and through the supply chain delivery, and really just how Americans are experiencing their daily life when they are ordering deliveries, if you live in a rural part of the area, chances are that that delivery at some point is going to go through a local road. And knowing how important that connection is between our local and federal partners, that's why I think this IIJA reauthorization and maintaining the funding levels is so necessary, because we're all committed to ensuring that we're able to get our goods safely across and efficiently across.
It would be good if we actually built more roads with that funding. I'm going to move over to Mr. Shulgin. You talked about delayed projects. I think the Interstate 45 expansion, which began pre-construction in 2002, my staff member for this committee told me that he was only 4 years old when that started. Finally had a groundbreaking just a few weeks ago. What's causing the delays? You see it firsthand. Is it permitting? Is it regulation? Is it unsteady funding? How would you rank the problems?
I would say D, all the above. And I think we need to figure out ways to streamline a lot of processes to help bring projects forward faster. And then it comes back to the predictability side as well. And if you have a long-term sustainable funding model set up for the DOTs to act on, to have that predictable funding gives them the opportunity to figure out the needs of their state and apply those funds where needed.
Thank you. You're back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Brownlee. And before we do that, thanks for Governor for coming. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. And I want to remind the members, if you have a question for the governor and we didn't get to, just submit it in writing, and we'll get that answer for you. Thanks. Ms. Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, according to the Pew Research Center, there are 42.5 million Americans living with disabilities. Americans with disabilities, including many veterans with disabilities, face significant transportation challenges that impact access to employment, healthcare, and essential services, creating barriers to independence and freedom of movement. A study by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce estimated that at 25% adoption rate, autonomous vehicles could increase vehicle miles traveled by individuals with disabilities by 4.6 billion miles annually, as well as boost the mobility of older individuals and non-drivers. Furthermore, the National Disability Institute found that removing transportation barriers for individuals with disabilities could result in significant economic growth, with potential GDP increases of close to $870 billion and the creation of millions of new jobs. Autonomous vehicles have the potential to revolutionize mobility for the disabled community, offering new mobility options and independence. In your role as council member or with the National League of Cities, have you engaged with the industry or on the safe integration of autonomous vehicles into our transportation networks?
It's a great question. Thank you, Congressman. Absolutely. In Austin, Texas, we currently have 5 autonomous vehicle companies operating in our city. And we're seeing that type of innovative technology, the impact that it can have, both in helping our most vulnerable road users to be able to get around our city, but also working with the companies to have access to their data. They have video that's running 24/7 that's looking at our roads, and they can provide us information when there are obstructions in the roadways or barriers in the roadways that we can then deploy our Public Works Department to come address. So it's a great opportunity for local governments to work with these companies to improve the overall safety of the network. Certainly, we want to ensure that it's a partnership and it's a collaboration. And that is one way that we are working with autonomous vehicles and integrating AI technologies into our network.
Thank you for that. Mr. Shulgren, in your testimony, you noted the impact of inflation is having on the cost of construction. So what levels of investment do you think are needed in the next surface transportation reauthorization legislation? And if Congress fails to complete the reauthorization on time or does not ensure the next bill keeps investment levels up, what impact do you think disinvestment will have on jobs in the industry?
Sorry. I think if we do not find a way to maintain a long-term sustainable funding model, that it will be catastrophic for our industry and our communities, no doubt about it. I'm gonna
Catastrophic in what way? Layoffs?
Absolutely, absolutely. If our industry experiences a retraction to where there's not as much dollars to put forth in projects, then by all means, you have our companies bidding fewer projects, building less work, not needing as many resources. That's the catastrophic side of this. No company ramps up the way that our industry ramps up the way that we have to meet the demands of this new market and the new funding levels just to see it hit a cliff and fall off again. That's the catastrophic nature of what we're looking at here.
Thank you for that. And last but not least, back to you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the IIJA, when it expires and if it is not reauthorized, reenacted, what's going to be the impacts on cities that are obviously still struggling to maintain roads, bridges, transit systems, and water systems?
Thank you for that question. We know that economists are saying that if we do not reauthorize at the same funding levels, it is a $1 trillion mistake on our economy, and it would keep $700 from the pockets of our residents. And so we know from economically that there is a disadvantage here if we don't continue with the funding. We also know that IIJA presented a tremendous opportunity for us to improve safety outcomes across the nation. And we've seen for 9 executive quarters a reduction in traffic fatalities throughout our nation because of these programs. So the fact that we now have over 25,000 local governments, regional partners, states, all participating in improving and enhancing our multimodal network all throughout the nation, I think that is reason alone why we should continue these important investments.
Thank you for that, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chair now recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a preface to some of the conversation I'm hearing here around the Capitol is that with California's very dire, very tragic fire situation in Southern California, and happens all the time in my north state part of the state, that there's concern about how the federal government might be sending money to the state of California. Well, we already have an emergency declaration which is helping, and in an emergency situations, getting the fire out, getting people immediate assistance isn't part of the equation we're talking about. Really, to have that bad word conditions applied goes to the money that would be coming later for rebuilding and things like that. So when you look at a track record in the state of California where right now the state legislature is working to put a condition on state aid of passing a $50 million package to control President Trump or fight President Trump as he comes in. That's their priority right now, and they haven't let that go to immediately help fire victims and do what they can in Southern California. They're tying that together. So we have a situation where the state has never paid back the federal government $20 billion for unemployment benefits that it gave during that COVID era. Instead, it doubled the rates for employers to pay into the unemployment fund, which now makes that more expensive for them and hurts employees as well. We had a situation where a gas tax was passed in the state of California by the legislature and then affirmed by a narrow vote by the voters under Proposition 6, where as soon as that was passed, they took 30% off the top and did it to other things, gave it to other things besides road work and like that, for buying land, for environmental stuff, for, I think, training employees or this or that. So we have a giant amount of money for, well, many other things. Let's, for example, we have things held up for fire suppression. We had a grant money held up for fire suppression because for a year and a half due to environmental permitting and such. It didn't get done, and there was a giant fire that was 300,000 acres because they couldn't do some of the work on the ground and get the grant money out that was given due to environmental issues. We have the water supply issues that are held up by environmental issues, and so that money sits there. We have lack of fire readiness as Gavin Newsom stands down there in the middle A and watches the things that should have been done now burning part of his constituency. We have sanctuary status for illegal immigrants and all the myriad of benefits that they're receiving. We have our colleagues in North Carolina that are wondering if their people are going to be helped as they're in 3-mile-long lines to get propane and to stay warm during the winter because they haven't had it delivered to them yet. So talk to me about conditions. Now we have finally high-speed rail in California, which in 2008 was passed as a $33 billion plan to build high-speed rail supposedly from LA to San Francisco. Well, that price has now quadrupled at least to $130 billion. It was supposed to be completed in 2020, and it'll be at least 2035 if it ever gets done. It was claimed to be a 1 million job program. No, it's 1 million job years, which puts it out about 200 years from now. So, yeah, I think people around here are going to be interested on where the money would go if we decide to do federal aid on top of getting the emergency work done. I think that's a pretty good question to ask. So it's disingenuous to have, given the track record of Newsom in California, how much money they're wasting on other things. So the question for Mr. Shulgin, how California's actions to also ban gas-powered vehicles by 2035 affecting the Highway Trust Fund. So the trust fund seems to be declining over these years. The balances will be exhausted in 2028 due to a decline in gas tax revenue, which you noted in your testimony. Under Clean Air Act, California sought, EPA has just approved many waivers to set its own standards for cars, trucks, and railroads, including banning the gas cars by 2035. Usually, several other states follow California for some reason on those regs. So they have a compounding effect on the Highway Trust Fund. Electric cars don't use gasoline, so they don't pay into it. They're not paying much of anything right now, which they need to have their own fee system for them. So if Congress raised the gas tax, which I don't think is a good idea, that really wouldn't have an impact. So question, rather than trying to figure out new ways to tax folks to prevent the Highway Trust Fund from going broke, should Congress look at limiting or repealing California's ability and others to set its own car standards and truck and railroad, basically to only go to electric vehicles? Wouldn't that help the trust fund?
So real quickly, I'll just say that in Texas, our legislature in the last session passed a bill adding a registration fee for all electric vehicles to help make sure that they paid some part of their dues in the use of the roadway systems. I would encourage other states to do the same.
Yeah, we'll be looking at that here. It's only fair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Carbajal for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here today. Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, highways are a critical piece of our country's transportation infrastructure system. My district includes a major highway that spans across the 3 counties that I represent. Highway 101 is the lifeline for not only cities within my district, but many other regions of California. Other than Interstate 5, Highway 101 is the only other major route connecting cities between Southern and Northern California. It is critical that our nation's major highways, like the 101, remain in good condition and have adequate funding to be improved and expanded to handle increased capacity. However, these goals are harder to reach if revenues continue to exceed deposits for the Highway Trust Fund, which we have been discussing all morning. Can you elaborate how declining revenue collections for the Highway Trust Fund are impacting cities and what you believe are the most important steps Congress should take to addressing this issue?
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your service at the local level. We appreciate it. The number one step that Congress could take to help us ensure that we have the funding that we need to manage our transportation network would be to reauthorize the IIJA and maintain the funding levels. We know by injecting this revenue stream that is reliable and dedicated and allows local governments the flexibility to put these dollars where it's needed the most, that we can improve our shared outcomes for our constituents. And so one of the considerations and why I'm here today and proud to represent the National League of Cities is truly that call to action, and that we need this funding.
Thank you. Following up, Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, can you elaborate how the bipartisan infrastructure law has opened more opportunities to leverage local funding and why this has been beneficial to cities and local governments?
Well, we've seen
counties as well. I used to represent county government.
That's right, yes. Well, we've had over 700 new applicants for the Safe Streets program. And so we think about who all do we have participating in managing our transportation network. And right now with the funding going to our states, we have 50 players, right? With the IIJA, for the first time, it unlocked this opportunity for us to have over 25,000 entities, our local level, our regional partners, and our states all working hand in hand to fix our nation's infrastructure. And that's what I think is the beauty of IIJA and why, and the importance of why we need to reauthorize it.
Thank you. Ms. Gallica, ports are essential for enabling the transport of goods in and out of our country. Ensuring that our nation's ports are modern, efficient, and reliable will assure that our country remains competitive in the global marketplace. With the Home Depot utilizing many of the ports, what specific federal policies do you believe would make the biggest impact in strengthening our ports, infrastructure, and reducing supply chain disruptions?
Thank you for the question. The biggest thing for Home Depot and other importers of goods is really for the ports to remain fluid. And one of the things that we saw during the pandemic when we had significant amounts of volume was pretty much most of our major ports saw major backlogs. And that was primarily because they couldn't flex up and process more freight with the same infrastructure that they currently had. And so there is some modernization that we feel like could happen for the port system that will not only make the ability to get product through faster, but also to create safer jobs for all of our dock workers. In addition to that, moving product inside and out of the ports is another area that we feel needs some incremental investment. There are railways that leave our ports that do create a lot of congestion because you have two carriers, two railroad carriers, and so it creates some congestion with switching. And then in the same side for trucks in and out of the ports, we want to make sure that that is as efficient as possible so they can get in and out and not sit and wait for picking up cargo.
Thank you. Ms. Gallica, what supply chain investments has the Home Depot made in recent years? And what have we learned from the supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic? And how have your investments evolved over time?
Thanks for the question. So Home Depot has invested over $1 billion. Really since 2017, we've opened up 100 new distribution centers. You know, during the pandemic and the volume increases, one of the things that we really had to focus on were things like curbside delivery, curbside pickup for our customers because they did not want to leave their homes. We increased our ability to deliver directly to customers' homes from our direct fulfillment perspective, and that was a huge win. Something that we continue to do now, even though more people are actually coming into the stores. Some of the other things that we had to put in place during when the capacity crunch on international was we actually had to put in some prioritization logic where, as a company, we had to determine what was most important, and then we leveraged technology to calculate exactly what's the next thing that needs to get on a ship, and we still use that today. On the infrastructure and the distribution side, you know, we have pivoted a little bit more. We still do a lot of direct consumer, but now we're focusing some of the investments on the direct to pro and direct to job site. And the ability to deliver large quantities of product to pros at a low cost is really beneficial and really is going to help in the long run the communities.
Thank you, Ms. Gallica. I'm out of time. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes. Ms. Galisa, I will get to my question in a second, but I want to preface it this way. There's a few reasons that I came to Congress and ran for Congress. So I've been on a mission. So people in here are probably going to get tired of me talking about this at some point. But I want to start out. I read your testimony, and you talked about truck parking. You also mentioned it a little bit here, and I know Congressman Boss brought it up as well. But I want to hearken back not too long ago, being in the trucking business myself for over 30 years, you know, and thinking about trucking and trucking problems. This is a recent problem. This is not something that's been around forever. And when you look back on it, probably a decade, maybe a decade, 15 years ago, most of your parking by trucking companies were done at the shipper or the consignee. A lot of times that's where we stayed overnight. It not only helped give you a parking place at the dock, but it also helped with your hours of service. And I guess I want to focus the real problem and the real crux of the problem of why we don't park there anymore. We don't use those parking facilities. And I think you would probably agree to why I'm going to say this, but it's because of liability. And the fact that we are such a sue-crazy country now that if anything happens on anybody's facility other than, say, the side of the interstate, and that's not safe for the trucking company now, or rest areas, that everybody's going to get sued, no matter what happens. And the main reason, one of the reasons I came up here, and tort reform needs to be on the state level as well, but by God, we need tort reform in this country to help rectify a lot of this stuff. I don't know if you want to comment on the fact that Home Depot, and I know that firsthand with Home Depot, has eliminated a lot of the parking.
So I'll talk through the parking side. One of the things that we really focus on is having secure lots. And so when it is possible, we obviously would rather have trucks dropped in our secure lots overnight. At the vendor locations, right, that is up to them to secure the lot. We sometimes are space constrained in some of our parking lots, but that is our preference. For Home Depot, any truck that is over the road for a long length of haul, right, our ask and really requirements is for them to park at their carrier location, at a carrier terminal where they can have a secured lot. I can't speak to the rest of the shippers, but
I
that
think
is
you would
something
agree,
that-
though, that has changed over the years for where trucking used to park. And I would say that is the main reason. And I wanted to ask you one other quick thing. I'm going to run out of time, but I want to bring all of this home, even with some of the other comments on tort reform and what's needed so bad. Truck weights. Artificial intelligence has really taken off to create that efficiency that you were talking about. I know that you get emergency declarations and we can haul more weight when there's an emergency is declared. I know states now on state highways allow more than 80,000, but federal interstate system is a no. Do you find that Home Depot cubes out or weighs out first on most of your truckload?
It honestly depends on the product category. For things like where we have tile, building materials, that often weighs out first.
But you would say that weighing out is still a problem before
Absolutely.
you cube out, yeah.
It is absolutely still a problem.
Do you feel that, and I don't have a decision on this yet either, on which way I would go, but do you feel that shippers would push more weight to make cheaper freight rates or more efficient hauling?
We're going to pay the same amount for that truck going from point A to point B.
Per unit or per truck?
Per truck.
So you're saying it would make it cheaper per unit?
Correct. So it would make it cheaper and it would take more trucks off the road.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm really running out of time. So I would say that Mr. Shulgin, when you look at stuff, especially from a CDL standpoint, the image of trucking has really been decimated through even commercials where truck drivers are being sued as well. And I just think that tort reform plays a big role in that. I'm glad to see that. Used to, truck drivers came along as generational. Dad drove, mom drove, uncle drove, but that's not the case anymore. It's hard to find them, and it's a great job with the way that trucks are so safe. The last thing I got to comment on, Mayor, I've been to a lot of air traffic control towers. You're exactly right. We have a bad problem with air traffic controllers not signing up, not wanting to be that. And I'm going to tell you the reason that I saw and what I heard. It's because we are hiring people based not on qualification, but based on some sort of DEI initiative. And the private sector has gotten good wind of that. You've seen that with everything from Boeing to a lot of, just here recently, public corporations that are moving away from ESG and DEI. And I would encourage anybody, when you're out there looking at this problem, look right back to the federal government. We need to hire people based on qualifications, and people are quitting being air traffic controllers because they don't want to be in the room and get blamed when somebody makes a bad mistake who had no idea what they were doing because they got hired for the wrong reasons. With that, I yield back, and the chair now yields 5 minutes to Ms. Sykes. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Sykes. I'm going to dodge you next week. The chair yields 5 minutes to Mr. Stanton. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I was just checking to see if Congresswoman Sykes was in a hurry, but she says she will listen to my statement at first. I want to say thank the chairman and thank you for the witnesses for being here on this critical topic today. Looks like Governor Landry had to leave, but I did want to pass on from the people of Arizona that the people of Louisiana are in our thoughts and prayers after that horrific terrorist attack in New Orleans early this month, just like the people of Los Angeles are in our thoughts and prayers right now as they are right now dealing with the tragedy of these ongoing fires. On the issue of transportation, 2024 was a huge year for transportation investments in my home state of Arizona. Not only did we secure a $95 million DOT grant for major improvements to widen Interstate 10, connecting two of Arizona's largest cities, Phoenix and Tucson, for tens of thousands of people who commute along there every day, broadening the 26-mile stretch along the Gila River Indian community. We also brought home more than $250 million in discretionary grants through our state DOT this year, and millions more to cities across the state of Arizona. This is money with an important purpose. Money to keep our streets safe, money to connect our communities and our businesses. Just last week, the city of Tempe in my district received $25 million to construct the upstream dam bicycle and pedestrian bridge, completing a missing path that connects residents to Tempe Marketplace, Mill Avenue, Mesa, Indian Bend, Wash, Greenbelt, Papago Park, and towards downtown Phoenix. Transportation is vital for economic growth, and it is happening in my state of Arizona. But we have more work to do on this committee. This year, one of our major tasks, maybe our most singular important task before the committee, is the surface transportation reauthorization. This bill funds federal highway and public transportation programs, along with transportation research, intercity passenger rail, and other critically important programs. We must build upon the success of the bipartisan infrastructure law and keep growing on our investments in our transportation network. These investments have important ripple effects. Investment in transportation is investment in our economy, investment in our workforce. As a former mayor myself, I know just how vital it is for city development and sustainability. Losing ground on infrastructure means potentially losing out on trillions of dollars in our communities and businesses and losing millions of jobs. And on this committee, I'm the only Arizona member. One of my priorities is to make sure that our state gets its fair share of federal funding. The current funding formula distributing the highway dollars disproportionately impacts rapidly growing states like Arizona and like Texas, Mayor Fuentes, you know that well, and others across the country because it relies on old census data and traffic volumes from over a decade ago. Our transportation system needs to work for everyone in the country, making sure our neighbors with mobility issues can make it to a public transit hub with microtransit options, or investing in our rural roads so that our tribal partners have highways that are usable in all weather conditions, especially in case of emergencies. And we, as was discussed, we have these ongoing wildfires in California. emergency transportation. Emergency routes are top of mind. Ms. Galitza, I want you to describe from your vantage point as someone who works in supply chain the importance of usable and connected roads in case of emergencies. What are some of the highway-related barriers you face when your company is supplying support in emergency situations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It really is critical for us to be able to get into impacted areas beforehand to get the necessary supplies that are going to be needed as soon as the event is over. One of the things that we've been very successful with as well is partnering with state and local to get exemption letters. So if they've closed down an interstate, for example, we can actually, as an essential retailer, we can get into the community when others may not be able to because it is so critical to get those supplies in. And so for us, having accessibility to those highways is always going to be critical, and then working really closely with state and local to be able to get in even when a road may be closed temporarily.
Thank you very much, Mayor Fuentes. You mentioned in your testimony, referencing the American Society of Civil Engineers 24 Bridging the Gap economic scenario, and the importance of these investments as it impacts families, the family level. And I really appreciate your thoughtfulness in that regard. Maybe go a little more detail. Can you describe the cost savings families receive in water, energy, and transportation based on important federal investments?
Thank you, Congressman, and thank you for your service at the local level. We appreciate it. Yes, investing in infrastructure has a direct impact on the pocketbooks of our families, and by having better infrastructure, it changes the way that our families are able to get not only through their communities, they're not stuck in traffic, wasting productivity time. They have access to reliable, fast internet speed so that they can work online. The power is on, the water is clean and of quality. Those are all things that produce efficiency savings, and why we can say confidently that by reauthorizing the IIJA and maintaining the investment levels is a $1 trillion advantage to our nation.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll yield back with the statement that I did check, and Greg Kassar has nothing but great things to say about you.
Oh, good.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like now to recognize my good friend from Minnesota, Ms. Stalbert.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish the governor had opportunity to stick around a little longer. He talked about permitting reform and the duplicative process for permitting. I'll just give you an example, and Mr. Shulgren, you understand this. In Minnesota, our construction season about December-ish shuts down. If we have an issue with the permit or a NEPA reform, it shuts down for about 3.5, 4 months, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that's happening everywhere, Mayor, everywhere in our country, which is taxpayer dollars. The governor is exactly right. We have to stop the duplication of the process. I believe in states' rights. I believe that I trust the states. I come from local government. A small town in Minnesota, I was one of the city councilors, Hermantown. I couldn't stand when St. Paul dictated to us what we needed to do, unfunded mandates. And I know that St. Paul doesn't want the federal government telling them what to do. I believe that we can reduce the time frame for many of these projects, which will, and not cut corners, make it more efficient. And we can do that if there's the will. And the will has to come from the federal government to allow and give the states the right to do their permitting. Like the Fiscal Responsibility Act, 1 year environmental assessment, 2 years environmental impact statement. There's a shot clock, right? This current administration publicly said at a hearing that that's just a recommendation. No, actually that's law. So the next incoming administration will adhere to that law. Do you know how long it takes on average to permit a mine in the United States of America? 29 years. 29 years. The only country that takes longer is the country of Zambia in Africa. And Mr. Shulgren, we want Buy American provisions, right, for our critical minerals, for our charging stations. We have to waive it because we're not mining here in this country. We're mining in other countries that use child slave labor. And it has to do with permitting. and having the will to mine here. It's really critically important. Every one of you witnesses, by the way, thanks for your testimony, are an important part as we go for permitting reform. We have to have you in the game with us, talking about examples of a bridge that didn't get or was delayed 3 years. You know, we just talked about California. I wish Mr. Garamendi, my good friend Mr. Garamendi, were here, because you know what a prescribed burn is, right? You burn the fuel, so the forest fire is reduced. The sides of the road in California, you try to get a permit. NEPA reviews 3 years, if not longer, to do a prescribed burn. And we wonder why we have these disasters that make it worse. It's because of our lack of putting forth common sense, efficiency reforms in the process. And I think that the three of you here have a very, very respected voice in doing that. And I'm going to change gears a little bit. I want you to know, Ms. Galika, that the Home Depot, I am not a veteran myself, but my wife is. She's an Iraq war veteran. The discount you give the men and women in the military, don't ever change that. Don't ever change that. The Home Depot is honoring our veterans, and I appreciate that. The last thing I'll talk about is we have ports. I was just with some of the Minnesota wheat growers in the back of the room. I had a conversation outside. The city of Duluth, Minnesota, the port of Duluth is the most inland port in this country. We have to recognize the importance of ports, which will reduce the congestion on our roads. So those of you who have ports like we do, we want to push that investment as well. It's extremely important. You want to bring the product into this country, bring it to the Port of Duluth, the heart of the Midwest, and we can have it distributed by truck from there. So I will just say thank you for your testimony. Thanks for answering our questions. And lastly, I will say that we have an opportunity with surface transportation, this Congress, and we must not forget other forms of transportation. They're all part of that connection to make our economy work. And the efficiency in reforms literally will save the taxpayers in our communities hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to recognize Ms. Sykes from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I first would like to thank you, Chair Graves and Ranking Member Larson, for holding this hearing today and kicking off the 119th Congress in the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. I appreciate both of your bipartisan work in this committee, and I'm looking forward to getting to work again to improve our nation's infrastructure for people all across this country, and specifically for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Thanks to the passage of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law in 2021, communities from coast to coast will continue to see over $1.2 trillion in local investments to improve the reliability, resilience, and efficiency of America's infrastructure over the next few years. Americans are already seeing tangible differences, including improved roads and bridges, transit systems, airports, waterways, and environmental infrastructure. In Ohio, which is home to the nation's 5th largest interstate system and the 3rd highest number of bridges at over 26,000, we are seeing quite a bit. And in fact, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law has awarded 27 grants amounting to $1.3 billion in funding to improve our state's roads and bridges, with more than $6.6 billion committed to state infrastructure projects of all kinds. Now, last Congress, I was the only Ohioan on this committee, and we were able to receive so much, and now we have a second member, so I only expect that we can get double what we had last time. So welcome to Congressman Taylor to the committee. I'd like to turn our attention to Ohio's 13th Congressional District, which I am proud to represent. We have seen more than $116 million of investments for environmental and water projects, and $12 million in investments for airport infrastructure, creating jobs and promoting cleaner, greener, safer, and more accessible transportation for my constituents. And while I know people get very frustrated with detour signs and barrels, I would encourage everyone to think that when you see a barrel, that is a job, a long, sustaining job in our community, which we should all be proud of. One of the largest investments in my district was to the city of Canton, which was awarded $46 million to upgrade and modernize the Sugar Creek Water Treatment Plant. And this plant serves more than half of the community's drinking water and has not seen any improvements in over 60 years. Airports, roads, bridges, all of the infrastructure is really important, and particularly for a mid-size Midwest community in the heartland, which often don't always get the attention of our larger metropolitan areas. The bipartisan infrastructure law was significant and impactful, and really grateful to continue to see more. Now, these are not possible without help and work with our local government partners. And Councilwoman Fuentes, you are here, thank you, on behalf of the National League of Cities. And I am grateful for your advocacy and grateful for the many mayors in Ohio's 13th who I get the privilege of working with and delivering some of these resources to their communities. But can you talk about how you have seen communities across the country utilize this funding and what it would mean if you all did not have this kind of funding?
Thank you. I appreciate the question, Congresswoman. What we know and what we've seen is that for the first time, we have communities all over the state who are participating in the programs that are funded through the IIJA. And that has led to a number of improvements, particularly around safety outcomes. In Austin alone, we've been able to utilize IIJA, particularly the Reconnecting Communities grant, in a way that will be transformative for my community, connecting our east side to downtown Austin. With a wonderful new park and also spurring economic activity by allowing this covering over our interstate. And so that's a win-win for us in Austin to be able to deliver new amenities, new connections so that everyone in our community is able to fully participate, because we know that investing in infrastructure is investing in the economic strength of America.
Thank you so much for answering that question. We received a $10 million Reconnecting Communities grant as well, and maybe we will connect with you all to see how you are best utilizing it and take some great ideas from you. In 2021, with the help of the Democratic House and Senate, the Biden-Harris administration was able to accomplish what previous administrations' infrastructure weeks could never do, delivering on the promise to provide much-needed funding to America's infrastructure. And the Transportation Infrastructure Committee is expected to reauthorize the Surface Transportation Act in the 119th Congress, a potential bipartisan win for communities all over the country. We must seize this opportunity and continue to find wins from this current administration and the next, and we cannot fall back on our heels to allow America's roads and bridges to be reduced to a state of disrepair as we've seen. So again, thank you to the witnesses. Thank you to the members of the committee. I look forward to the work of the 119th, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. I'd like to now recognize myself. As many in this room know, the United States is set to host a number of international events that require a large number of infrastructure projects and investments. There will be World Cup soccer tournaments through a number of cities next year, the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028, and a very, very important event, 2034 Salt Lake City Winter Olympics in the great state of Utah. These events will only add to the need to address an aging and failing infrastructure across this country. Projects are being delayed due to extreme burdensome regulations, rising project costs, and tightening workforce have all contributed to this important issue that we're discussing today. Without addressing these issues with real solutions, we will continue to threaten America's safety and jobs and continue to allow costs of everything to increase. Mr. Shogun, you addressed many of these concerns in your testimony. As a member of both this committee and the Education and Workforce Committee, I especially understand and value your thoughts on having more young people to join the trades. And I also really appreciate and commend you on encouraging your own children to enter the trades. How do you think the shift on emphasis of trades will impact the domestic infrastructure process? And what does Congress need to do to help facilitate this?
I think the answer there is D, all the above. We'll take whatever help you can give us, especially working towards getting these young folks into our industry. Vocational schools, tuition and attendance, well, let me just say, attendance to vocational schools is up, which is a great sign. I love that. Gen Z being called the tool belt generation is another great sign. I think we're getting there, we're shifting. We're just not quite there yet. There's still more work to do, but we need all the support that you can give us. In Texas, At our local chapter, we've got We Build Texas Roads program, and that is basically to assist people to get to a website. They look at a map of the state of Texas, and it shows what highway contractors are working in what areas or regions of the state. They're able to click on those areas, link directly to a contractor's website, the HR portion of their website. What we're trying to do is streamline the process, make it shorter. Those that are looking for jobs, here's the jobs that are available as much as we can. We're also including a social media campaign as well. Something simple like a kid playing on a PlayStation unit and saying, ditch this and go to this, and show them that there's a transition between playing video games and the handheld units to operating a heavy piece of equipment with joysticks. Similar things like that I think that we need to do a better job across the country. I would say, though, that I could ask a favor of you. One of the greatest campaigns in my lifetime was the Got Milk campaign. I would love to see a Got Work campaign, because I do believe that we need to promote work across this country. Let's get people back to work. Let's get these young kids into our industry and help build America.
If I could add real quick, I'm so sorry.
Please do, yes, please.
I love the topic, and so obviously at Home Depot, we're passionate about the skilled trades. The one thing that I would ask Congress to look into is some short-term Pell Grants that people can use for driving schools, and also potential to leverage the GI Bill to pay for trade schools and driving schools as well. That would be, I think, a big help.
Well, just know this is a passion. Workforce and education is a passion of mine. I'm on the Education Workforce Committee, so look to hear from us. We want to make sure we get as much input from innovators, so we know just how to get this done with. We have so much good talent. We have to make sure we get to put to work.
Congressman, may I also add, just have one more
Yes,
thing to
please
add,
do.
since we're on workforce development, and that is a passion of yours. In Austin, we have major infrastructure projects that are happening in our region, $25 billion worth of infrastructure projects, from expanding our airport, bringing a new light rail line, renovating our interstate. And we did a study, and we found that we would need 10,000 skilled workers to be able to deliver those infrastructure projects on time and under budget. So our mayor led an initiative to create the Austin Infrastructure Academy. It is an academy in partnership with our community college board, our workforce development board, and our local business community. And through that, we're able to fund apprenticeships with our community partners, so that we can get more workers through these programs, so that they're available and ready to go to deliver on those infrastructure projects. And I just think it's a great way that localities can take action at understanding the need that we have and understanding the workforce need that we have.
I would appreciate if you could reach out to my office. We'd love to have a chance to talk to you more about that. Maybe you can come down and visit. All right. This is a very, very important topic, and we have so much talent, and I'm glad our country's waking up to this. So thank you so much for that. And I'm going to yield back, and now have Ms. Shelton from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our esteemed witnesses for joining us today. It feels like the first day of school, our first hearing of the 119th Congress, to discuss the needs of America's transportation and infrastructure system. I am so thrilled to be back on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee for a second term. We have so much work to do, from making sure we've got functioning roads. Fixing our roads in Michigan, many know, is a high priority. High-speed rail, in improving our air traffic control towers, and ensuring that our freshwater systems, like the Great Lakes, can endure for generations to come. This year marks 20 years since the federal Safe Routes to School program was created. The Safe Routes to School program is critical to building transportation infrastructure to connect Americans across the country to schools and other key destinations. As the mother of 2 school-aged boys, this program hits close to home for me. The program also generates economic benefits 4.4 times greater than the cost of infrastructure and programming. It's incredible. Maybe it's my frugal Dutch nature, but I would love to see these economic benefits reach even more communities. Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, I see you nodding along here, also an enthusiast for this program. Can you please speak to the program's broader community impacts, including reduced traffic congestion, boosted economic activity, and public health benefits? From your city's perspective. Thank you.
Yes, and you hit the nail on the head on the economic impact, just knowing that it's 4 times the amount when you're able to deliver on these safe routes to school projects. I currently have 6 safe routes to school projects underway in my district, just highlighting the need that we have, particularly in our underserved areas. What we know and what I can tell you as the local policymaker, anytime we deliver on a safe route and we complete a sidewalk connection, those are the wins that my community responds to the most. They love to see when we have that missing sidewalk finally completed. And it really is all about our kids. It's providing the safety for our children, ensuring that people are able to get about to their school, to their park, to their place of recreation. So I think the Safe Routes to School program has the highest ROI, not only in terms of the economic impact, but just from being able to deliver for our communities that we are so lucky to serve.
Yeah, absolutely. We already touched just briefly on workforce development, another issue that is very important to me and my community. We see a lot of opportunities to work together across the aisle here in that community, and I thank you. I'd love to hear more about the Awesome Infrastructure Academy. I'll have my team reach out. As you said, Ms. Fuentes, it's impossible to deliver these projects on time and under budget without having the workforce that we need. Our workforce is also critical to ensuring supply chains are running smoothly and safely, particularly as we see trends in Gen Z pursuing more skilled trades, something I applaud. It is now more important than ever that we uplift this work that we're doing. We can fund it, we can try to encourage people to go there, but until we're truly valuing those types of jobs, I don't think we're gonna see the types of changes that we need to see. I'm the proud co-sponsor of a bill called the Honoring Vocational Education Act, which provides greater information on industry-specific certificates. It helps the United States Census both track and make available this information so that people can know how their communities are enriched. Currently, we're only publishing information when you go to a 4-year or a 2-year college, but not necessarily on those who are getting skilled trades, and it's not reflected. Mr. Shulgin, I'm wondering if you can talk to how we can boost awareness of non-traditional forms of education to ensure that we have the skilled trades workforce necessary to accommodate our nation's transportation and infrastructure needs.
So I think there are a lot of programs out there similar to what we've heard today. What I think that we're lacking is the pipeline of individuals to go into those programs to get the training. I think the training is there. I think we're set up, we're perfect. The problem that we have is that there's not some type of a campaign or some type of movement to attract these individuals to come into our industry, unfortunately. And I think that's what's desperately needed in this nation.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's what the Honoring Vocational Education Act is all about, making sure that we elevate and truly honor this type of work and education just as much as we would a 4-year college degree. Thank you so much for being here today and for your testimony. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shulgin, did I get that name right? All right, Burchett, nobody ever gets it right, so I just want to make sure. I even go on, when I'm on TV, I'll tell them right before it's Burchett. Birch like the tree and like I just ate breakfast. I never get it right, never get it right. Nobody's ever confused me for a Frenchman, I can assure you.
I got you, I'm a Southerner too, buddy.
Right on. Well, good. And we're the only two up here that don't speak with an accent, so it's good to have you on here. One concern with the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is reduced purchasing power compared to when the bill passed in 2022, as you know. Does the federal government's overregulation lead to longer completion times for projects?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
Does the federal government's overregulation lead to longer completion times for projects?
Tough question. I would say that the regulations that we see predominantly impact us on the planning side in the development of plans. And so the impact of the delay that we see is a project that is forecasted to be come to bid, let's say 2 years from now. And due to regulations, it gets delayed. And so now we've planned to bid that project next year or the following year, and suddenly it's 2 more years out or unknown years out. They move it completely off of the 4-year forecast. That's how that impacts us for the most part.
Right. When I was in the state legislature, one of my colleagues, Stephen Buttry, I believe it was, had a bill that forced the departments all to work together on, the electric people, the paving people, the irrigation people, all had to work together so that you wouldn't have to tear up the pavement 3 times because of the regulations, just to do it one time. So do you agree that overregulation, though, is partly responsible for the reduced purchasing power of funds allocated by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat the question again.
Dadgum, man.
I know it.
The interpreter? I'm just kidding you. Do you agree that overregulation is partially responsible for the reduced purchasing power of the funds allocated by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act?
I would say that if the regulations are impacting projects and delaying those projects, then by all means, it is costing more.
Okay.
Delayed projects
I'll
cost more.
take that as a yes. Well, what changes would you recommend, briefly?
Streamline any and all processes that we possibly can.
All right.
Put the money to work as quickly as possible.
Do you agree that more flexibility, though, in funding would lead to greater efficiency?
Absolutely. Let's take Texas, for example. We've got 1,200 people a day moving to Texas. Our state DOT needs the flexibility to be able to use those funds to meet the demands of his state.
Tennessee has that same problem.
Yes, you do.
Formula funding, is it better for long-term projects than discretionary grants?
Absolutely. It's predictable.
How can the Department of Transportation improve the discretionary grant program? Briefly.
I would say that I'm in full support of the formula funding program, and I'll leave it at that.
All right. Another funding issue is the Highway Trust Fund, and the Biden administration has spent billions of dollars promoting electric vehicles, and very few charging stations, I might add, have been, and a lot of them are just in competition with private enterprise who've invested their own money, and then we tax people and invest their money in these so-called charging stations, which are a nightmare to me because you're going to have to police them in the middle of the night, and that bothers me. More government. Do electric vehicles pay into the Highway Trust Fund?
No.
You think they should?
In the state of Texas, we passed a bill in the last legislative session that added a fee to registration for EVs just to try to accomplish that fee.
Does that cover the cost, though? I mean, compared to gas, that was one of the things in Tennessee when they brought those in. It was 1% to 2%. Now it just seems to be climbing popularity.
Is it equivalent? I don't know, but it's a bite of the apple.
It's a what?
It's a bite of the apple.
Okay.
At least it's something.
Would any of you ladies care to comment on those? Any of those questions? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the remainder of my time, my 14 seconds.
Good job. And I do understand what you're saying in Texas, too.
Yeah, I don't need a teleprompter with him. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes Ms. Foushee from North Carolina.
Thank you to the chairman and the ranking member for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. We know that your time is valuable, and so we greatly appreciate you appearing before us today. Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, I want to ask you about the bipartisan infrastructure law's impact on intercity passenger rail. In my home state of North Carolina, Amtrak has already experienced an exciting and significant increase in ridership over the last few years, even before the BIL rail investments come to fruition. We've had 7 different intercity passenger rail corridors designed by DOT for the enhancement or growth including ones running through my district like the corridor that will extend intercity service from Raleigh through Durham all the way to Winston-Salem. And an additional larger corridor ID project funded by the BIL will extend passenger rail service from Charlotte all the way up through Virginia to Washington, D.C. I believe Texas has similarly received a number of corridor ID and planning grants for intercity rail. So I'm curious, can you speak to how this guaranteed funding from the BIL has impacted Texas' ability to plan for expanded passenger rail service across the state?
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. Having this funding available for intercity rail is essential. And we're seeing, as our country continues to grow, just how important having this connectivity, having this option is to the people that we represent. We can't just, the law of physics alone means that we can't just continue to only invest in expanding airports and highways. We have to invest in other options, and that includes intercity passenger rail. We've seen some good progress, and I'm appreciative of the ID corridor awards that we got in Texas, and certainly would welcome some additional support for the Austin to San Antonio connection.
Thank you for that. As those of us in this room are all acutely aware, funding authorization from the bipartisan infrastructure law is set to expire next year. This year, our committee will spend a great deal of its time, energy, and resources figuring out what comes next for our nation's infrastructure and transportation systems. So again, from your vantage point as the chair of the T&I Services Committee for the National League of Cities, what sort of ripple effects would there be for local governments and communities across the country if Congress chooses not to maintain the BIL's programs or their respective funding levels once the authorization expires in 2026?
Thank you. What we know is if we don't maintain the funding levels, it will cost us $1 trillion in economic impact. It would keep $700 from American families' pocketbooks. So it would have a tremendous impact if we don't continue to invest in our nation's transportation network.
And finally, as you touched on in your opening remarks, thanks to the funding from the BIL, the Department of Transportation has made historic levels of investments throughout the country over the last few years in everything from bridges and highways to public transit and rail. From your perspective, to what extent have these historic levels of federal investment in our nation's transportation systems spurred or leveraged an increase in private sector investments in this space?
Absolutely. I represent the city of Austin, and I'm really proud to say that our voters have passed, I think, hundreds of millions, over $700 million in mobility bonds, of which our local chambers supported, because everyone can agree, both our business community and our governmental leaders and our community leaders, how important it is for us to invest in a multimodal transportation network. So we've been successful in advancing projects. But the reality is that with the demand that we have for our infrastructure improvements is vast. And I know not just for Austin, I sit on our local MPO board for the Capital Area Metropolitan Region. And if we take a look at our long-term planning, we have identified that we have over $30 billion worth of infrastructure need on our transportation network just for the Central Texas region. So I can only imagine what that amount would be nationwide. And so the demand is so great that it would be a huge missed opportunity if we don't continue this investment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, sir. I'm eager to work with the committee to streamline how freight is hauled across the country. Greater flexibility would certainly help in that way. With that in mind, I'd like to submit for the record, sir, a letter from the Shippers Coalition on some supply chain solutions they would submit for the committee's consideration.
Without objection.
Very good. Unfortunately, our country's had a lot of disasters in the last year. I suppose that's always the case. Now, normally when a president declares a disaster, the states are given authority to waive the federal weight rules on interstates. Now, that is great, very helpful. Of course, sometimes the relief materials are coming from a state that's not impacted by that disaster. And that means that they can't waive those federal weight requirements. That can sometimes slow down delivery because trucks have to repack They have to stop, they have to reload as they move from one weight limit to another. That's obviously not ideal. That's why my bill, the MOVE Act, would allow states that are not directly affected to still waive those federal weight requirements during time of disaster. And so I just want to start with you, ma'am, to get any thoughts or observations you might have on whether or not that, because Home Depot is doing business in 50 states. Clearly, you have a lot of supplies that can be used during disasters. Help me understand whether or not that flexibility would be helpful.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, it would definitely be helpful. When we do have a natural disaster somewhere, it is very often that we are shipping product from a different state. And so meanwhile, if that state has an exemption where the issue is, or the catastrophe, we still will have to load a lower weight because we're using interstates to get to that final destination. Ways around doing those things mean going off on side roads, which is not something that we would support because we would rather keep the large trucks on the major highways. And so it would definitely be a benefit to the Home Depot and to really anybody providing disaster relief is to have that flexibility to have those higher weight limits at the federal level.
So that's a really good point. I mean, now if we pass my bill, then everything's great and perfect and fine, but under existing law, we are really sending a message to head off on some of these side roads, which put a greater financial burden on states and localities who have more money in maintaining those than they do in maintaining the interstates. Am I reading that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, let's help out those states and localities. Let's make better use of our federal resources by providing some flexibility during the disaster. So, Mr. Shulgin, we've talked a little bit today about how some of the permitting reforms in the FRA are still not fully implemented like they should be. Put a little more meat on that bone. Give me a sense of where we have fallen down on the job.
I don't have specific details for you. If you'll submit a question for the record, I'll be happy to work with my AGC staff and report and answer back to you. So.
Yeah, sure. Was there anything, when you had you had it in your written testimony, was there anything in particular you had in mind, or you just wanted to make sure that was something you wanted to highlight for the committee's attention?
Yes, because we need to streamline those reforms. We need to get everything shrunk down. We need to get projects going. We need to get money to projects. We need to move this program along. And so anything that we can do to reduce those reforms, streamline those reforms, while still maintaining the same environmental protections, I'm all for. But we need to reduce that time on the planning side.
I mean, all the talk has been appropriate in Washington, D.C. for years on both sides of the aisle that we need to do a better job of permitting and siting. Everybody on both sides of the aisle acknowledges that it makes no sense that the same kind of transportation project that you can cite in Florida or in Italy in 2 years takes 7 years to get done in America. And yet, I think we have not made anywhere near the progress we need to make on actually solving the problem. And Mr. Chairman, I would hope that over the course of the 119th Congress, that we would have special urgency on how we can put into place real measures that would actually, in fact, reduce this absurd timeline we have to build anything in this country. I mean, part of American exceptionalism has been that we were always willing to do big projects, from the Missouri River dams to the interstate highway system to rural electrification to universal service on dial tone. You couldn't get any of those projects done today. You'd be locked up for 20 years in a court of law before you were able to do any of those. The time has come for America to seize big projects again, and this committee must play a leading role in that. Thank you, sir, and with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses. And this is my first committee hearing of the Infrastructure Transportation Committee. I look forward to it. I served as mayor of Long Beach for 8 years. City of about 500,000 people in California, and I have to agree with what my colleague just said. I also believe that America, as being the strongest, most exceptional country in the world, should be able to do large, big projects and get them done in a way that isn't tied up in years and years of lawsuits and red tape. And so I appreciate that, and I look forward to a lot of bipartisan work in that space. My district includes the Port of Long Beach, the second largest container ship port in the United States. We have the Long Beach Airport, We have the metro system, LA County, which is one of the largest metro systems, of course, also in the United States. And about 40% of my district's population is somehow invested in the transportation, ports economy. And so the work of this committee is incredibly important. I also will note that I'm excited to be joining the committee at a time when the work is going to be really focused on what's next for transportation, the reauthorization, of course, of all of this opportunity for the country across the country. And in my region, of course, the LA Olympics are coming in 2028, which is incredibly critical as it relates to transportation and infrastructure. Additionally, I obviously, like many from my state, are horrified about the wildfires and the immense emergency that's happening right now in the region and in California. My heart goes out to everybody back home. We have, as you all know, tens of thousands of people that have evacuated, and also the work that happens here as it relates to our oversight is also really important. This committee has jurisdiction over the Stafford Act, which governs disaster declarations and local public warning systems. And so what we're seeing back home and in other places across the country is really important. And clearly there are ways that we can do better. We can do better back home in California. Our public notification system that we implemented in Long Beach also could do better. And I think that's probably the case in many of our states and cities across America. I want to also just say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I'm a progressive Democrat, but I also believe that we have to do a better job of getting out of the way of allowing those that are building our infrastructure across the country be able to do their job and actually get to work. Workers want to work. They want to build our bridges. They want to build our roads. They want to rebuild our ports. And over-regulation, particularly in states like California, have caused, I think, great harm to progress across the country. And so I think those are ways where I think that we can also come together. I'll also say that from a ports perspective, and we've talked a little bit about that, America's ports are incredibly important, especially as we know there's going to be a big debate about tariffs and about what the future of imports and exports are going to look like in this country. And so America's ports, and particularly the California, Long Beach, Los Angeles gateway, which is 25% of America's goods come in and out of, ensuring that it's strong and that our network of roads and highways and rail is strong across the country is also of great interest to me, and one that I look forward to partnering in. Lastly, let me just add that as a longtime local government official, I'm really excited to work with Democrats and Republicans on finding common sense solutions. And I hope this committee on my side of the aisle is willing and looking forward to exploring and having honest conversations about over-regulatory systems that are in places like California and others that I think have harmed our ability to build good roads, bridges, ports, and highways. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. First order of business for me is I want to welcome a friend of mine to this committee. She's sitting over there on the other side. We served together in the state Senate for a good number of years. She's a great lady. She's going to be a great member. Nellie Poe, I look forward to working with you. I guess what I want to start by saying is I want to associate with some of the things that Congressman Stauber said from Minnesota, what Congressman Johnson just said here a few minutes ago. We're Americans, man. We do big things. We do great things. We get them done. Jack Kennedy said, we're Americans. We do the hard things. We have burdened ourselves with so much regulation, with so much red tape, with so much duplicity. It's unbelievable. I mean, we can't, Dusty, you were exactly right. We can't get anything done. It's amazing we get done as much as we do. And it's about time we realize it isn't how much money you spend only. Money matters. It always matters. It matters in everything in life. But besides the money, because we can allocate and appropriate as much money from here to God's heaven and still not get it done because we're so twisted up and tied up in all the regulations and all the bureaucracy we put in. It doesn't mean you just let anything happen, that you don't care about the environment, but it does mean that you get the job done and you get focused. And we really, really, really need to do a lot better than that. You know, I believe in American exceptionalism and Americanism. Damn it, how is it the United States of America, and it's not only in infrastructure, but I'll just mention infrastructure, we're number 13. Not number 1, not number 2, not number 13. That's an unlucky number. I don't like it. We got to do better than that. We're number 1. We're Americans. We lead. That's what we're about. I wanted to talk about something else a little bit too. Last Congress, the FAA reauthorization included organizational changes that affected the William J. Hughes Technical Center for Advanced Aerospace. That's a real big deal. This is the future. And the Tech Center happens to be in my community, it happens to be in my district, and it is the largest employer. So yes, it is near and dear to me, and it is important, and it's really important to America and the national airspace system. We have to work on this. This committee has to make the right decisions for America when it comes to utilizing them to the height of their ability. Again, do the big things, do the great things. We're 10 years behind on drones. Does everybody know that? A decade behind China. That's not a Republican talking point. It's not a political talking point. It's fact. How do we let that happen in America? It's critical we do everything in our power, by the way, to investigate. I'm going to segue a little bit here into some of the drone sightings. They're real. It's not crazy stuff. Iran really does have drone ships. They have 3 of them. We've got satellite imagery of them now. It's a big deal. It matters. I'm not saying that's Iran and America, the drones that have been seen, but there's something going on. Reputable people have seen them, whether it's the Coast Guard, whether it is the nuclear plants that are real concerned, they've seen them, whether it is those folks working at the airports, the air traffic controllers who've reported directly to. These are not gadflies, they're real people. And I look forward to working with my friend over here that I've known for years, the new chairman of aviation. And you're going to do a great job on that subcommittee. I'm going to be bugging you. I guess I want to ask a question. I have a lot of notes here, but I'm already chewed up a lot of my time. By the way, equality is a great thing. It's an American thing, and we have to ensure it's there. That's different than equity. It is different than DEI, which again are more of the regulations, more of the boundaries, more of the problems that we've created so we don't get stuff done. We believe in meritocracy. We're Americans. And inflation is the thing I want to talk about. It has been horrific over the last 4 years. You know it. It's impacted the potency of the bill. I was one of 13 people on this side of the aisle that voted for that infrastructure bill because I believed it mattered. But man, I'm disappointed sometimes in a couple of things. One, all the regulations we put there. And now secondly, because of inflation, we don't have enough money to get some of these jobs done. Mr. Shulgin, I want to thank you for being here. Simple question. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you. You two were able to answer this as well. I might not let you off like Dusty did. Is inflation a big problem? Has it really created problems with these projects?
It has for us. We build very large highway construction projects, and where it's impacted us the most are projects that we bid and were awarded pre-COVID. And so we are locked in at those prices, now building a project that has continued on through those years in this massive inflation. So that is where it has hurt us the most as a company.
And it takes so long to do, the inflation affects you even more because you can't even get it done on time because you got all these hoops that you got to jump through, some of which are not necessary. Nobody's saying you need no regulation. Real quick, you two, and then I'll shut up.
No, I would agree that inflation has certainly impacted our consumer and as well as the transportation carriers that do provide services to us. They've obviously seen increases in their, whether it's insurance or a driver wage, things like that, that are costing more money for our carriers as well.
Mayor?
Yes, I would agree that we're all dealing with the impacts of inflation going up.
I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes a gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe. And welcome to the committee.
As you can tell, it's my very first committee meeting. But thank you, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for holding this meeting. And I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Van Drew. Thank you so very much. I'm so very happy to be here, and especially on this very, very important committee. I am just so proud to join this storied committee. Maybe no state relies more on its roads, bridges, and public transit than my state, New Jersey, the most densely populated in the nation. I plan to use my position on this panel to support the Garden State residents in having safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options. Thanks to the historic bipartisan infrastructure law, over $1 trillion is being invested across America to improve our nation's roads, airports, railroads, railways, and ports. This includes the largest ever investment in passenger rail since Amtrak was established. This funding is providing key resources to the Northeast Corridor, allowing Amtrak to update trains and address backlogs of maintenance work. Thanks to this law, New Jersey is buying clean energy buses, building the Gateway Tunnel, and continuing to advance the Porto North Bridge over the Hackensack River, which is more than halfway complete. While this is terrific, important progress, much more work is absolutely needed. Our constituents rely on New Jersey transit and highways for work, school, and recreation, but they regularly face challenges like expensive commutes and trains that too often are delayed or canceled. That is time spent waiting in the station instead of time at home having dinner with the family or helping the kids with their homework. Addressing delays and making investments to improve our quality of life will be a major, major focus on my time on the committee to make sure that our transit system works for everyone. I would like to take this opportunity now to just ask a couple of questions. I'd like to begin with Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes. Can you please share from your perspective how having a strong transportation network benefits people in our metropolitan areas?
That's right. Thank you, Congresswoman. I appreciate the question, and congratulations on joining Congress. The importance of having a multimodal transportation network and investing in our transportation network is understanding that each of our communities are unique. Our challenges are unique. And for us, while I represent the city of Austin, I'm here on behalf of the National League of Cities, and with over 19,000 towns, cities, and villages. And the needs of our community are such that we're leveraging the federal dollars to be able to respond to those needs so that we can meet the challenges of our shared constituents. In Austin, we are bringing light rail into our city, and I'm really proud to have the support of Congress in delivering that project for our community. That's an investment that's going to help our residents get connected to jobs, to be able to move efficiently throughout our community, and that is one reason why these investments matter.
Thank you, thank you. I'm very interested, and I know that you probably addressed this during your opening remark, but there was some discussion that took place with respect to the traffic fatality. So I'd like to, the fact that traffic fatality has increased at least by 14% last year in New Jersey. Mayor, could you please tell me how can investments in infrastructure prevent accidents and save the lives that we're all very concerned about?
One of the ways that we've been able to leverage our federal dollars is to take a look at and create a high injury mapping tool. And so we saw which intersections in our city were we experiencing high injuries and fatalities. And by having access to that information, we were able to make more targeted and strategic investments on safety treatment. So improving crossings, having better signaling of our network, as well as a number of other safety treatments, hybrid beacons being another one, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Sheriff Troy Nales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses being here. Such great news to share. President Trump, he put it out there. He said, a deal has been struck. Hostages will be released shortly, some of them being Americans. So thank you to President Trump for getting this done before even next Monday. He's getting it done. And I think that needs to be said today because it's peace through strength. And that's what we've had with Donald Trump. That's what we've lacked in our country for the past 4 years. And we've seen the failure in leadership. You talk about it, Mr. Shulgin, in your testimony, you're talking about since 2020, construction materials up 37%, diesel fuel up 66%. We know the inflation. The shortage of workers. I don't know anyone if our country will ever really truly recover from COVID. You just look at the employees today, a lot of people want to sit at home. There's still, believe it or not, telework. Federal employees, what the hell year is it? I think it's about 2025 now. What are you doing at home, Ms. Fuentes? Does anybody in Austin have to stay at home today, telework, because they're concerned about COVID?
Congressman, can you repeat your question?
Do you have people in Austin, you represent the Austin area?
Yes.
Do you have people in Austin still staying at home and teleworking because of COVID?
There are people who telework in Austin, yes.
Okay, what would be the justification for that?
To the extent that it's related to COVID, I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we have them up here. We got a lot of cleaning up to do up here in the federal government. But my point is because we have lacked leadership in this country for the past 4 years, we're getting it back. We're going to reduce the inflation. You're just not going to see it anymore. The shortage of workers. You've got 2,400 workers at Williams Brothers?
Yes, sir.
Do you have openings? Are you having a difficult time filling those positions? According to the testimony with the AGC, 94% of the firms are having a tough time filling the void.
Absolutely.
So what are we going to do about it? How do we fix that?
Oof. We've got to continue to push and push and push. We've got to, like I said earlier in my testimony, there are a lot of training programs out there, but we need to develop some type of a campaign to pipeline these folks into those training programs to develop that trained workforce that we're going to need in the future, for one. For two, let me just add real quick, I would love for our industry to shuck the stigma of a male-dominated industry. And I would love to find a way to bring more women into construction. They are phenomenal. We have a number of them that are truck drivers, and they are our best truck drivers.
Yeah, I wanted you to really highlight the great work your company is doing with the stock ownership plan to try to attract new people. Why don't you spend 30 seconds on that?
We do have an ESOP, employee stock ownership plan. It is one of the benefits within our company. I will tell you that it is very difficult to communicate that, not only to your existing employees, but those that are looking to hire on with you. It's very difficult for them to understand it and appreciate it.
Sure.
Because at the end of the day, they look at their paycheck.
Yeah.
And what that number is on the far right every Friday. And so that is difficult, but it's something that once they've been with us for a number of years and they see those ESOP plans come in and the tickets come in for them, or the reports come in, they understand that that is their retirement.
How about E-Verify? I support E-Verify. I think it's very, very important. I think Texas has it. You participate, your company participates in E-Verify. Is that causing you any problems filling your ranks? Do you feel that E-Verify is a good program and not so much a good program?
We are required to E-Verify in the state of Texas. Like it or not, that is a requirement for Texas. So is it a barrier? Possibly. I don't know. Is there ways that we can meet the workforce needs of this country and still, accommodate E-Verify or work through E-Verify? Absolutely. We just got to get to work and get it done.
What I think earlier you said you have a great working relationship with TxDOT, no issues there. Are they helping you with some of the inflationary issues that you've exexperienced in the past?
We have, yes, sir, they are. We have a very special relationship with our DOT. We call it partnering within the state of Texas. And through AGC of America, I go to a number of different states and see the relationships that other contracted communities have with their DOTs. And I will tell you that the one that we have in Texas is very special.
Well,
and
I'm
we
so
appreciate
proud of
it.
your company. I'm so proud. It's Texas-owned. You do all the work in Texas. We have thousands of people moving to Texas because we are the envy of the world. Let's just call it that. And so I look forward to working with you and your team and continue to go out there and do great things for the great state of Texas and our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Alabama, Mr. Figurs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here. I know this is a long process, so thank you guys. And before I go any further, I want to thank my staff who helped get us prepared here, in particular, Ian LeColic, who was here last night till after 10 o'clock, preparing for this hearing, as I just officially got appointed to this committee yesterday. So I want to acknowledge the staff and the entire team. I hail from Mobile, Alabama, proud son of the South, and I'm very fortunate to be on this committee, given its role in so many of the critical infrastructure needs that we have. I spend my summers in the construction industry, working on roofs and commercial and residential construction projects, so no stranger to it. I want to start with you, Ms. Galitza.
Galitza.
I am a longtime admirer, and we have several mutual acquaintances in Teresa Roseborough there with Home Depot, who is a former DC insider, some would say, in a previous life. But can you talk to me a little bit about the impact that the tariffs had? And I don't mean this from a political perspective at all. I just want to understand the true impact that the China tariffs had on your ability, and then also, and same question to you, Mr. Shulman.
So for the tariff impact for Home Depot, you know, everybody was going through it at the same time. And the one thing that we have just an amazing team that really focuses on how we can not only reduce the burden of tariffs, if they increase, there's other programs that we can work with U.S. Customs to reduce tariffs on other things. And so we've proven we can work through it. We'll work through the next round, still to be determined exactly what those are going to be. But overall, we were able to pretty successfully maintain our cost structure, and so we aren't passing that burden on to the customers, really by continuing to optimize our own internal network.
Mr. Shulman.
In the highway construction industry, I'm not aware of any products that we buy that come from China, and therefore the tariffs associated with China would not apply.
And I know, and thank you both, and I know that we spend a lot of time here in Washington discussing immigration in a negative light, focusing on violent criminals, which I think we all agree with should be prioritized in terms of deportation and immigration enforcement. But I think what's lost often in that conversation is the vital role that legal immigrants are playing, particularly in industries, in the transportation, infrastructure industry, and construction industries. Can we talk a little bit about, Ms. Fuentes, what you're seeing there in Austin, as well as you just generally in the construction industry, about how important migrant labor is, given some of the challenges that we've discussed here today and labor shortages across the country?
You know, what I would say is investing in infrastructure is investing in America's strength. And what we know is that we're all on the same page of wanting to ensure that we're able to deliver these projects on time, and we're able to show a real difference for our communities and how they get around our cities and towns. So when it comes to the workforce, certainly that's top of mind, how we're able to deliver these big infrastructure projects. It's why Austin started the Austin Infrastructure Academy, to ensure that we have the skilled workforce needed to move forward these projects. And as it relates to the construction industry and any industry for that matter, to me, it's important that we have programs in place that follow the values of our city.
So as a highway contractor in the state of Texas, as Congressman Nels pointed out, we are required to e-verify, so immigration does not impact us as a whole. I will add to that I do believe that immigration reform would go a long way to help meet the demands or the needs for workforce.
I'm sorry. Lastly, this is for you, Mr. Shogan. You made the point in your opening statement about the importance of trades being back in schools. And that is something that I have long heard throughout my life, much before I got involved in this process. When you talk to people, particularly people over a certain age bracket, they often cite to the loss of trade education in school programs, particularly in public schooling programs, as a sort of turning point in many things. And can you just discuss again the importance of that and any ideas that you have about how we can leverage this committee to implement those programs back in schools across the country?
So I would say help influence that. Let's get vocational programs back into the schools, the high schools, even take it into the junior highs. And even if it's just as simple as working with your hands, it's something that is a skill that they develop, that they ultimately build upon, and that makes them productive workers later on in life. But we've got to get that back into the schools. We can't have our counselors being graded or evaluated based on the number of students that they get into universities. I would be fully supportive of those counselors being evaluated based off of the number of students that they get into vocational schools nowadays. But we have got to get it back into the school system somehow, some way, and I would welcome any assistance that we could get from you on that.
Thank you, and I see my time has expired, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich.
Thank you, Chairman. My first question is for Councilwoman Fuentes. Given the rapid progression of full self-driving mode at companies like Waymo and Tesla, in what ways do you believe this will disrupt traditional transit, and should transit formula funding be directed to more individualized and granular transit solutions like these?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. What we are supportive of is ensuring that we maintain local flexibility, knowing that in Austin we do have autonomous vehicles operating in our city is one of the unique challenges that our city is facing, but that's much different from a city like Beaumont, in the rest of our state. So that's why having the funding needed is specific to that community. That is an emerging technology that we have in our transportation network, which is why I think reauthorizing IIJA and maintaining the funding levels is necessary. We want to ensure our country is innovative and at the forefront of having a well-maintained and innovative transportation network. And of course, autonomous vehicles are part of that.
Thank you. Next question from Mr. Shulgin. There's a misnomer in government that money is the same thing as results. And you mentioned in your testimony this morning that highway construction cost has risen 70% since 2020. In your view, now I want to make mention of that. If highway construction cost has risen by 70% since 2020, that means we can do 41% less work than we thought we were going to be able to do when we passed that bill because of inflation. So in your view, has the IIJA's additional incremental spending contributed to the inflationary pressures that we've observed in construction? And how could a program such as this have been better developed to reduce these inflationary pressures in construction cost?
Okay, so COVID hit in 2020 and everybody stopped working. And IIJA dollars didn't roll out till the end of 21. So the inflation impacts had already started, and that was a result of COVID. And so I don't believe that the IIJA is creating that issue. I think it's just the fact that it started in 2020 as a result of COVID, and we still haven't gotten back to work yet. And those supply chain issues that occurred back in, during the COVID epidemic was simply tied to people not working or not being able to work or not willing to work. And so to me, that's the issue. But to take it one step further, I will say though, despite inflation, you are still making an investment in an asset that is for generations to come within this nation.
I appreciate that commentary. I guess my question, getting back to the heart of the question, really is, when we've got a limited fixed supply of labor, and we've got a limited fixed supply of hard supplies, of hard infrastructure materials that go in. You mentioned in an earlier commentary that we didn't have the manufacturing capacity. We don't currently have the manufacturing capacity necessary to meet the demand. We don't have the labor force necessary to meet the demand. When you pour incremental dollars onto a system that's at capacity, wouldn't you expect that inflation would be a natural result?
Well, it depends on how far the rollout is on those dollars. And so let's take some of the projects that we build. We build very large highway construction projects, and the duration for those projects are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years long. And so really and truly, the way I'd answer that is that it depends on what the overall time frame is that money is spread out.
Appreciate that. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Garcia from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, and to all of our witnesses. I know it's getting late. You've got to be hungry, and you look a little tired since this morning. But thank you for being here. I was, of course, very excited recently to participate in a ceremony where the Chicago Transit Authority received funding from the federal government because of the IIJA to complete its extension of a transit rail line in Chicago. Very, very important. It's a promise that's been decades in the making, and this extension will help connect Chicagoans on the south side to employment opportunities, healthcare, childcare, education, many other important daily needs, more than just a way from moving people from point A to point B, increase public transit options, reduce congestion on our roads, as well as greenhouse gas emissions. To the Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, can you speak about why having a reliable public transit system is critical to working class families in both small and large cities?
Thank you so much, Congressman. I appreciate the question. What we know is that public transit is a lifeline for many in our communities. It truly makes a difference in helping individuals get to their place of work, or being able to get to a child care center, or being able to get to a park in their area. It is a connection point. And because of that, it's important that we have this funding needed for cities to be able to provide this service. I'm really excited and I've shared with the committee that in Austin, we're looking at bringing a light rail line throughout our city, which will connect our airport through downtown all the way to our university. And those type of investments matter, and they'll make a big difference to the communities we serve.
Thank you for that. I'd also like to learn more about your city's efforts on workforce development through the Austin Infrastructure Academy. I'm a strong supporter of these programs, and we must do everything in our power to address looming retirements in our transit workforce as well, because building a pipeline of recruits to replenish and fulfill projected workforce needs will be critical in transit agencies around the nation as well. Mayor Pro Tem Fuentes, can you talk a little bit about the Austin Infrastructure Academy, what is unique about it, and how the federal government can serve as a good partner to local governments creating such programs?
Thank you. We know that the demand that we have for infrastructure projects is vast all throughout our country. We took a look at Austin to see our big infrastructure projects that we have moving forward throughout the next decade, from expanding our airport to renovating our interstate, to bringing light rail line and renovating our convention center. And when we took a look at those big infrastructure projects, we did a study and we found that we would need 10,000 new skilled workers each year to be able to deliver these projects. And knowing that we had a critical gap in our workforce, we worked with our Workforce Development Board, our chambers, our unions, as well as the local community college district to build out an apprenticeship program to be able to get the pipe fitters and electricians and everyone that is needed to be able to work on these projects. And so I'm thrilled to have the support of our city in moving that along, and I think it'll be a national model of which we hope to get Congress's support.
It's great to hear you representing the National League of Cities and, of course, the city of Austin here today, and sharing all of these insights with us so that we can better prepare for the future, our workforce, efforts as well as our hopefully continuing investments and infrastructure as we approach 2026 and the surface transportation bill. Thank you so much, and thanks to each and every one of you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our guests, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate your insight onto a lot of these challenges that we're facing. And can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman? Okay, I will slide closer to the microphone. Appreciate you being here today, and thank you for your insight into a lot of these challenges we're facing. I did a little bit of back-of-the-envelope math, and the American Concrete Paving Association says that the first mile of paved concrete road was put in Detroit, Michigan. Of course, Michigan put the world on wheels. We're very proud of that, and the first mile of road was built in Detroit in 1909 on Woodward Avenue for a cost of $14,000. If you just take the inflationary adjustment of that, still less than $500,000 in today's money. From there, we see that the cost of a similar road today would probably be in the ballpark of $5 million or more for the exact same thing. You know, I'm just an Army grunt, but to me, we go from $500,000 in today's money to $5 million or more in today's money. There's a humongous cost driver of that. And it can't just be materials, equipment, and other things. I'm sure there are regulatory issues and other things. I was curious to get your insight on that. I know probably my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would point to where we need to build more transit or other things like that, but even you look at those factors, rail construction, 50% higher in the United States than it is in other similarly industrialized countries across the world. It takes 1.5 times longer to complete a rail or tunnel project here in our country than in our European ally countries that would be similarly situated. You know, if we were to have a pie chart, for example, of all the costs that are associated with a project, how much of it would be just the materials, the aggregate, the cement, the paving materials, and the other things? How much of it would be the design component, the permitting, the regulatory environment, the environmental studies that need to be done, the endangered spotted leopard frog that we gotta, you know, protect and, you know, coddle and move somewhere else? How much is materials? How much of it is workforce driven? What about the equipment costs? I know collectively each of you have some insight on that. Curious to get your thoughts on some of those, and how can we provide a better value for the tax money that we're spending? We're spending more on roads today than probably ever before in our nation's history, and yet we're still plagued by struggles with infrastructure.
I agree with you. My comment to you would be, do whatever it takes to reduce delays. Delays to projects cost money. You did the simple math, it equates out, right? Let me add to that a little bit. I think we need to take the money and do what it takes to add capacity to the roadways. Take Texas, for example. 1,200 people a day move into Texas. They're not coming by bus, they're not coming by train, they're not coming by airplane, they're bringing their vehicles. And so we need to figure out ways to add capacity to our roadways to accommodate those people. And so flexibility for these state DOTs to use the dollars as best that they see fit, I think would be great. We've got congestion areas all over the state, all over the nation. We need to address those congestion areas. She's trying to get trucks from the port to the warehouse, from the warehouse to the stores. But she's having to go through congestion areas as a result. That's delays for her. That's adding cost to the materials that she's trying to sell on the stores. So I think if we can just figure out a way to best use the dollars, stop delaying projects, get that money out, get to building projects, add the capacity where needed, and let's move America.
Okay, thank you. And then briefly, Ms. Galiza, there was a study done by Site Selector magazine. They're kind of the industry standard of companies where they're locating, what reasons they use. And Mayor, you may be familiar with this as well. You know, states and communities compete against one another often for these economic development things. Found that transportation and infrastructure needs ranked second only behind the workforce needs. I know you talked about labor shortage and things of that sort. Can you explain maybe for the betterment of the committee, I guess, that that piece of economic development that isn't just paying incentives to big corporations or things like that, but rather doing the things that benefit all of us, that deal with infrastructure that can more appropriately move goods to market or more appropriately get the economy moving in the right direction. So thank you in advance.
What I would add to that question, thank you, Congressman, is by having complete streets initiatives, we have seen that by having our transportation built out in a way that everyone can get connected, it's a way that we're connecting our people with businesses. And so it's a benefit for small businesses, it's a benefit for our people to be able to get around our cities and our towns in their preferred method. So the investments in infrastructure are desperately needed. I would also say that local governments have been doing all that we can to meet the demand that we have for infrastructure needs. We maintain more than half of the nation's transportation network, but we certainly need the support and assistance of our federal government on that.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes our gentlelady from our nation's capital, Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the committee for holding this hearing on continuing investment in our nation's transportation and infrastructure. Mr. Shulgin, as states and the federal government consider a transition to a road usage charge based on distance traveled, vehicle weight is a potential component for consideration. You noted in your testimony that heavier vehicles cause more wear and tear on the roadways and are more deadly when involved in a crash. Should states and the federal government consider vehicle weight in a user fee?
I would say as a contractor, we move a lot of material. And moving it across the interstate system is the most efficient way for us to move that material. And if we can haul more, similar to Home Depot, for example, if we can haul more on the interstate system, that would be to the benefit of not only us as a construction company, but as the industry as a whole. It's cheaper cost. We're getting more per truckload. And so that would be a good thing. Are there measures that need to be made or adjusted for crash worthiness of the safety devices out on our projects to accommodate? Quite possibly. And I would welcome that to keep not only the traveling public safe, but also our workers in the work zone safe as well.
Thank you. Ms. Fuentes, I appreciated your call for community-focused infrastructure funding. In 2023, the National Capital Regions, that's the region I represent, its transit agency, the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, received a $104 million grant from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act to support its transition to zero emissions buses. This investment will improve air quality and health outcomes for my constituents. What additional actions can Congress take to empower communities in their transition to more sustainable zero-emission transportation systems?
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think the reauthorization of the IIJA also presents an opportunities for Congress to continue investing in programs that improve the air quality, that make it easier and safer for our community and our residents to get around our cities and towns, as well as looking at how can we ensure that our cities are resilient to withstand the next extreme weather event. And we want to ensure that these investments are targeted to areas that have been underserved. We want to ensure that everyone in our community has access to good, well-maintained infrastructure and that everyone can participate in our economy.
Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Bresnahan from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have to say, I appreciate the reference to the red, yellow, and green timing mechanism, because of 15 days ago, I was a heavy highway electrical contractor that focused on traffic signals and power distribution, recovery, and make-ready work for various different utilities. So also do appreciate, Mr. Shulgin, the struggles you go through as a contractor. But one of our limiting agents that we've always had and barriers to grow were the investment into the next generation of workforce and making sure those pipelines are fulfilled, because we can have all of these wonderful, incredible projects, but if we don't have people to actually do the jobs, we are going to run into a pinch point. And I know prior questions related to the workforce reinvestment, and also in my prior life, I sat as a chairman to a joint apprenticeship training committee. So I would be interested to hear what you think in employing a sizable workforce, if there's anything specific that Congress can do to replenish the pipelines for the next generation of worker.
So I think we need to put everything on the table, whatever it takes. I think that we need to change the mindset of Americans that construction is not a dirty job. You did it yourself. It is a phenomenal job and a phenomenal career. And unfortunately, the mindset of not only the kids, but also the parents these days has shifted to where they don't want little Johnny to get into the highway construction industry or the construction industry as a whole. And so I think that we need to figure out a way to start changing that mindset. You know, I will, in my oral statement, I told you about my son that was going into the trades, and I'll honestly tell you that that was a little bit of a battle with my wife. She was dead set on him going to a four-year university and getting a degree. But that's not where he is. That's not his passion. And so we could force him to do that, and it would have catastrophic results, right? I mean, he would fail out of the university, and then, you know, we're dealing with that whole deal. Or he can go with his passion, do what he wants to do, go into vocational school, and get a certification and go to work. And at some point in time in his life, if he decides that he's done with that and now wants to go to a four-year university and get a degree, it's his decision at that point in time. And so the factor of success jumps up to, you know, drastically. But I would say as a whole, I think that we need to figure out a way to get vocational programs back into the school systems, the high schools, the junior highs, even into the elementaries at a very minor level. We need to promote vocational schools across the nation, and we need to figure out how to pipeline those kids right from the high schools into those vocational programs better than we are right now. There's lots of programs out there. We just need to figure out how to get more students into them.
I think you really nailed it there, and changing the mindset and the interpretation and the persona of, you know, trade being secondary to, you know, a college education. And specifically within apprenticeship programs, you earn while you learn. You graduate with virtually zero debt. You have a job on day one that will never be replaced by artificial intelligence. I mean, let's face it, we are always going to need CDL drivers. We're always going to need electricians. And you want to talk about the significance of electrical infrastructure reinvestment. The majority of our systems were built in the 1950s with a 50-year usable life. And you need to be conscientious of ways that we generate power, transmit power, and distribute power, because we can roll out every incentive for electrification of vehicles, but if we don't have a way to generate the necessary power to keep up with that demand, because we don't have the workforce to make those reinvestments, it's certainly going to become a pinch point. And Ms. Galicia, I want to say I'm from northeastern Pennsylvania, Scranton, PA. So I want to say thank you for your investment into one of your distribution facilities inside of our district. I believe it's close to 1 million square feet. It's a great employment opportunity. In northeastern Pennsylvania, within 1 day drive for a CDL, you could reach 60% of the United States population, or within 200 miles is 51 million people. My question would be, how heavily do you rely on freight rail to utilize your operations and logistics services?
Thank you for the question. We will absolutely leverage both intermodal when it is a longer haul. It does have a little bit more variability and it takes longer, But for longer haul transportation, it is absolutely the right decision, takes trucks off the road. For some of our building materials and lumber, we are actually having those loaded directly at a vendor location. We have several facilities that are rail served on our flatbed distribution network, and we bring those directly into the building where they are unloaded directly. So it's absolutely something we leverage as a company, and infrastructure needs exist on the rail side as well, and so we support those.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Sonnier from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for being here. This is an exciting hearing at about an exciting period of time. We know the huge investment that we've made successfully with President Biden, $1.25 trillion that is the biggest investment in infrastructure since the Eisenhower administration. We know the $380 billion that was also an accomplishment of the Biden administration to transition our energy and to deal with climate change and climate emergency. So this committee historically has been, prides itself on being the least partisan of committees, and it shows in our success, even though those bills were passed they were bipartisan, but they were generally supportive of the administration. Madam Pro Tem, thank you so much for being here as a former mayor and council member a long time ago in an area that's not unlike Austin in the San Francisco Bay Area. I represent a district in the East Bay where there's very long commutes. I used to be in the restaurant business. I own businesses, including in downtown San Francisco, a block from the Salesforce Tower, and I've watched the change, dramatic change, particularly since COVID, and the challenges we have in places like Austin and San Francisco, where we have all this amazing employers, but we're transitioning. And we've talked about some of those transitions. My good friend, Mr. Nels, talked about remote work. In California, we changed labor laws to do 410s. The employer community contributed to that. It was more efficient for everybody. And then COVID came along, and it's facilitated what I think is a general benefit for the pressure on our infrastructure. So the Bay Area Council, our biggest business group, just did a survey of all of our major employers, heavily tech, very reflective of you. When we lose a business and I ask, where does it go in the Bay Area, and they say Austin, I said it was the same thing. We're invading Texas. We're gonna change them. And still adjust to a different culture. But having said that, my question for you first is on remote work. The quality of life in two-income households for people like in my district who have hour-and-a-half, 2-hour commutes, kids, that infrastructure that is not so similar from where you represent, although you represent an urban area, mine is urban and suburban. Can you speak to that, the benefit to everyone for remote work? We've generally come around with the business community in the Bay Area that our challenges around filling that office space are secondary to the potential for being a more efficient economy by having our workforce who will stay employed if they can stay home 2 days a week. And it's the nature of the workforce too, because like you, they're professionals. We can measure their productivity, and the employers do. So can you speak to that? It's not a detriment. Making people go back to work in professions that is actually less efficient and is a drag on the overall economy are sort of unique to our areas. Can you speak to the benefits of remote work in your experience, particularly to infrastructure? We can take capacity off and improve quality of life while still having the productivity that our employers in places like Austin and San Francisco demand.
That's right, Congressman. Remote work certainly helps ease congestion because it gets people off of our roads. When we think about our transportation network, it's the way I see it, it's about giving people options. And of course, telework is one way, but we also know that for many in our workforce, they don't have that option. They're essential workers, and they are the ones either filling the potholes or working in hospitality, working in jobs where working from home is not is not an option for them. So that's why I believe investing in transit has to be part of the conversation as well. It's a great way to also alleviate congestion. It's an efficient way to get people in and out and moving around our city and to have folks connected as well as for employment, but also to go patron a business. And so those, which is why I think it's important that we have this investment at the local level because each community is unique. You know, Austin's not alone in that we are a big city dealing with affordability issues. So more and more of our workforce is having to live further out of our city, but they're still driving in to work in our cities. That's why we have to have a regional approach to how we manage our transportation network.
Just briefly, FEMA. I'm from Northern California, but how do you feel about putting conditions? We vote for FEMA funds for Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. How do you feel about putting conditions on funding?
I don't believe there should be conditions on this funding, especially in times of disaster.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Kiley from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to take a moment to focus the committee's attention on a particular need of my district. You know, one of the things that I think is important to keep in mind when we're talking about infrastructure needs across the country is how acutely affected growing communities are. And in California, actually most places are losing people, but my district is an exception. I represent counties that people are moving to. Placer County is the fastest growing county in California, and people want to come and live there because of the high quality of life that we've built in terms of public safety, in terms of supporting small business, in terms of the values of the area and everything else. But when it comes to infrastructure, you can, in a sense, become a victim of your own success because as more people come, it puts more strain on your roads and everything else. And a particularly clear example of that in Placer County is the Interstate 80 State Route 65 interchange, which was designed more than 40 years ago. If you talk to anyone in my area, they will tell you all about it. Congestion on eastbound 80 backs up more than 3 miles during evening commutes. The average evening commute from I-80 at Riverside and Auburn Boulevard to Highway 65 at Blue Oaks is expected to more than triple within 8 years, from 9 minutes to 35 minutes. What I will be advocating for and what is needed in order to fix the situation is additional lanes and improved ramp configurations to enhance safety and lower congestion. Such upgrades are needed in a lot of areas of this country, but it's particularly true when you have a growing community. So just by way of background, Placer County is the fastest growing county in California. The population will expand at an annual average rate of 1.4% per year from 2022 to 2027, which will result in Placer County approaching 445,000 residents by 2027. From 2016 to 2021, an average of 2,200 new homes were started per year in Placer County. So we're actually building housing, whereas a lot of places in California, they struggle to do that. From 2022 to 2027, housing production is expected to average 2,600 homes per year. Sacramento and Placer County are home to tech giants, HP, Intel, Aerojet, Rocketdyne, Oracle, Apple, and most recently Bosch, which is opening a large new manufacturing facility. Job growth will average, it's projected, at least 2.3% between 2023 and 2027. And so all of this is going to contribute even more to the congestion at I-80 and State Route 65, which is a big problem not only for the quality of life of residents, but also because of the role of this interchange in commerce, where over $4.7 million worth of goods pass through the interchange every single hour. So I think, Mr. Chair, this is a very good example of the sort of project that the vision of this committee should encompass when it comes to how we can leverage federal support in a way where it is most needed, where it will make the biggest difference, and frankly, where our area deserves this support, its fair share of federal resources. So I look forward to working with the committee to make that happen in the coming session, as well as working with the committee on all of the other very important transportation and infrastructure items that we've discussed in today's introductory hearing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Ms. Gillen from New York.
Thank you, Chairman. As a new member of the committee, I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do this important work together to benefit all our constituents. Thank you also to all our witnesses here today. Mr. Shulgin, I represent New York in a suburb of Manhattan. You may be familiar with the new congestion pricing scheme that they've put into place in Manhattan. If you're not, under this plan, not only are my constituents who commute charged $9 per peak hours, but large trucks have to pay $21.60, not only once a day, but every time they enter into this zone. As we look at major multi-year infrastructure projects like the Gateway Tunnel that are vital for our region, what do you think the impact of charging every large truck $21.60 a trip on the cost of these projects? Does this make it easier and cheaper for us to build critical infrastructure, or much more difficult?
So obviously, you have a capacity issue that you need to get resolved. I have heard of that in the news, and I'm sorry that y'all are having to go through that, and I'm sorry for all the commuters that are having to pay that now as a result. I would say that every state is unique. Every state has their own sort of issues. I'd stated earlier that Texas, for example, has 1,200 people a day moving to the state of Texas, and they're all bringing their vehicles. And so you have to accommodate that. You have to provide funding to be able to build the capacity, the added capacity projects to be able to accommodate the influx of people, population, vehicles on the roadway, in my opinion. So I hope New York can get there as well.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Councilwoman Fuentes, like you, I come from local government position to Congress, and I know how important the federal dollars coming into the local economy, into local projects is. I know that they help improve our infrastructure, reduce the burden on our already taxed residents. My residents pay among the highest state and local taxes in the country. So if you could just briefly describe the impact that gutting key programs like highway funds in the bipartisan infrastructure law or clean energy programs found in the Inflation Reduction Act would have on our local municipality governments.
It would have a detrimental impact on our localities. You know, what we've seen, why the IIJA was such a landmark achievement is because for the first time, it opened up this new federal funding for localities to have access to utilize for projects that benefit our mutually shared constituents, both at the local, state, and federal level. So not moving forward with having this reauthorized at the same funding level or even more would be preferred, would really be a step back. And at this point, we're all in this for moving our infrastructure forward and addressing the gaps that we have in our infrastructure needs. This is a time for us to really be doubling down on our investments.
Thank you. And just finally, both you and the governor, and I believe Mr. Shulgin, all spoke about just layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy that delay the progress, that delay and increase costs. And could you let us know some of your suggestions on how we can streamline the process?
Thank you. Well, one thing that the National League of Cities supports is taking a look at our processes to ensure that they are right-sized, depending on the project. An area where it might make sense for us to have reforms when it comes to our permitting and regulations are smaller size projects and projects in the right-of-way. In my district, we have an old rail crossing, an abandoned rail line, that is being converted into a pedestrian walkway, an incredible new corridor connecting our east and west side communities. That's a great project for us to have, but should that be subject to the same regulations and processes as something that's much more intense, that there are questions on environmental standards. So we have to take a look at the projects and understand where would it might make sense for us to do those refinements.
Mr. Shulgin, do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I'd add is that for us, it's more on the planning side. And so anything regulation-wise that could be streamlined, that could be cut back, that could streamline the process and get these projects designed and bid out faster would help us tremendously across the board. And you asked for specific details, and I'd be happy to work with the Agency of America and get details to your office if you'd like those.
Great, thank you very much. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Shreve from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for sharing with us today. I am new to Congress, not entirely new to infrastructure. I live in Indianapolis. We hold ourselves out as being at the crossroads of America. We've got I-70, 74, I-69, I-65 that all crisscross Indianapolis, and 465 in the 6th district that I now represent. Indiana is 38th in landmass, but 12th in our country in terms of interstate traffic that traverses our state. I'm proud of that. We are a fast-growing, distribution-based economy. We've got a lot of heavy combination truck traffic. I think we rank #1 in terms of that heavy traffic that crisscrosses our state. I am not proud of the fact that we consistently come in on the bottom half in terms of lane mile maintenance reimbursement. That's something that we will work to improve upon in this Congress. My question is for Mr. Shulgin. It's not hard to understand why highways can be more or less expensive to maintain in different parts of the country by virtue of climate and other factors, but the material input cost differs appreciably even across the Midwest. The data that I have is a few years old, but in Indiana, INDOT is spending around $33,000 per lane mile on maintenance of our interstates. But the material input cost differs appreciably across other Midwestern states. What are most of the drivers on that delta?
That one's easy. The source of the materials. Where are they getting the materials? How far are they having to truck those materials or rail those materials to the plant site location, for example? And then the other would be how far are they having to truck the material from the plant site to the project site as well.
And so which of my neighboring states have a location advantage on that front in terms of because we've got a number of aggregate sources in and around the district in Indiana, hot asphalt plants. Which states in the Midwest, in your experience in heavy construction, have that economic advantage, that location advantage?
I could not speak to that. We solely do work in Texas, and so I can tell you exactly where in Texas, but I'm not familiar with where your quarries are located in your region, and so I'm sorry, I can't help you there.
I appreciate you trying. Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. McDowell from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for testifying today. We appreciate you being here. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, in response to Ms. Norton's comments on raising fees, I would like it on the record that I would be opposed to any measure that would raise costs to the men and women in my district just because they choose to drive a pickup truck. I was sent here to lower costs, not to raise them. And as we seek to reverse the harms of inflation and set our economy on a road to recovery, we recognize that the integrity of our nation's transportation network is the foundation of our continued economic competitiveness. Roads, railways, ports, and airways are all essential to transporting goods and passengers, and my home state of North Carolina and my district are at the heart of this. Mr. Shulgin, I have a question for you. From your perspective, why have the rising costs of construction materials so far outpaced the rate of inflation?
My personal opinion would be that if you go back to COVID and the fact that people just quit working, and that cascaded across all industries, right? And so it was a snowball that created and started to roll. And so in my opinion, that's just where it is. It's just the fact that it's harder to get materials now than it was before. Once we get Americans back to work like we need to, start filling some of these positions, I think you'll see a lot of that ease.
Good. Sir, in your experience, how long are projects delayed on average due to permitting?
Well, I cited an example earlier today with regards to the state of Texas and NEPA, and they went from 36 months to 16 months. So if you use that as a gauge, I would say 36 months would be the average delay. But now they've been able to cut that debt back to 16 months.
Thank you. Ms. Galisa, for you, you have a unique perspective on transportation challenges because you began your current role as the nation bounced back from historic supply chain disruptions due to the COVID shutdowns. And in your opinion, in what ways has the transportation sector bounced back the easiest since 2020? And what did the congressional investment or intervention play a role?
In terms of bouncing back, I do think that the ports, primarily because the reduction in demand. So we saw the reduction in demand, the ports got healthy again. From a domestic trucking perspective, as soon as we saw services and travel become more of the spend of the American consumer, we saw less demand in some of the in product categories. And so the trucking industry then also had freed up some capacity. I think some of the challenges that they faced during the pandemic was, we've talked about this, the cost of driver wages, right? Because there's not enough folks who want to drive trucks, and therefore the wages that our carriers had to pay in order to get good quality drivers absolutely impacted their ability to be successful and in some cases profitable. So I think those are the main things that we saw. You know, the investments that we've seen, really any investment that's going to improve the roadways, reduce congestion, are going to absolutely be beneficial to this country and help out the Home Depot as well.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Taylor from Ohio.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today and sharing your insights on these important issues. First, I want to mention how honored I am to serve the people of Ohio's 2nd District. Like Mr. McDowell, I'm new to Congress and looking forward to the challenges here. As a third-generation business owner in the concrete industry, I not only saw but lived transportation and infrastructure issues every day, and excited to get down to work to address the real issues facing the district and our country. Mr. Shulgin, in your testimony, you outlined the increase in cost of construction since February 2020 in many areas, from the 70% increase in copper and brass mill shapes, to 47% increases in insulation materials, 45% in steel mill products, and worst of all, 66% increase in the cost of diesel fuel. In the rural parts of southern Ohio, where I'm from and where there are rarely any short drives, a 66% increase in diesel fuel is an absolute killer. It should be obvious that higher shipping costs mean higher prices for all of us. And those prices are a gut punch for my constituents when they go to the grocery store, restaurant, or live their everyday lives. Mr. Shulgin, can you talk about how we in Congress and this committee specifically can work to reduce these construction costs back to pre-COVID levels or anything close to pre-COVID levels?
So I hear you on the diesel prices, quite honestly. We spend as a company anywhere from $1 million to $2 million a month in diesel. So fluctuations in the diesel price is killer for us. You know, depending on the fleet that you run, I mean, that's a major cost component within your business. And so how many concrete plants did you run?
I have a tiny company. We are running 14 trucks. There's a small concrete business has 5 plants. I have 1.
Okay, right on. That's all right. Hey, you're servicing America, though.
That's right.
Amen.
That's right. Thank you. Excuse me. As we are facing inflated prices, the Biden administration has continued to try and force mandates on the American people that only exacerbate the problem. The outgoing administration's EPA finalized their heavy-duty truck emissions rule that would essentially require 40% of heavy-duty trucks to be electric by 2032. This de facto electric truck mandate would impact everything from tractors, buses, semis, and even school buses. Every facet of our normal lives will be affected by this rule that came from bureaucrats in Washington. According to a study, it would cost nearly $1 trillion in infrastructure investment alone to fully electrify the U.S. commercial fleet, and that does not include the price of the trucks. This makes no sense in rural America. Under this electric truck mandate, every one of us will see an increase in grocery prices and utility costs. I'm looking forward to working with the Trump administration to get rid of this mandate. Ms. Kalisa, in your testimony, you mentioned some of the consequences of the Biden administration mandates. Could you talk about what this electric truck mandate would do to the cost of goods for the average citizen? And could you talk more about what this mandate would do to companies like yours across the United States?
Yes, thank you for the question. You mentioned the $1 trillion, which is an estimate that has been put together that looks at how much it would cost to put in charging stations across the country, as well as updating the electric grid to cover that. And to your point, that does not include the cost of the trucks. A standard diesel tractor today is about $150,000. To buy a battery electric tractor, it's over $400,000. So just that in itself. The other piece that we don't talk a lot about is really the weight of those. So the weight of a battery electric tractor is about 75% more than of a diesel tractor. And so when we've talked about truck weights on the highways, that actually leaves less room for cargo to put in those trucks, which means actually more trucks on the road. So, our hope is that, this committee works closely with the private community, both trucking industry and some trade associations, to really come up with good, solid solutions that are diesel alternatives that are both cost-effective and feasible to implement.
I appreciate it. One of the bigger businesses in my very poor Appalachian district is Kenworth. It builds about 85% of their trucks there every year. So we not only see electrification of the truck fleet as a hindrance to our future, but our present as well. So thank you for your time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Kennedy from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. It's an honor to be on this committee, and thank you to your witnesses. I'm a doctor by trade, and sitting here for 4 hours, I've been in and out of this building, this room, several times, and you've had to sit here, and I know what you're going through. We all are feeling it. Anyways, bless you, and it's almost like I want to exactly lunch and give you a bathroom break here, but I want to yield my time to you people so you can go get a break, but you're almost done. I think you only have a couple more here. But Mr. Chairman and to my colleagues, it's a great privilege for me to be on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee. Utah is one of the fastest growing states, and in fact, in the past 10 years, it's the fastest growing state in the country. And our aging infrastructure is now being overtaxed by the fact that people love the state and they want to come. In addition to the fact we've sponsored Olympics, and we're going to sponsor the Olympics again in 9 years, and we're totally thrilled about doing that. But we need money today so we can start building tomorrow to be ready for that in 9 years. So to my witnesses, I'm really grateful to be here with you today, and I'll just say, I'm a systems-based thinker because of my family doctor training. I believe that our bodies are made of systems, and when a system goes down, all the systems are affected. I want to point out one example of that. It's called the neurovascular bundle. Actually, it's really interesting. It sounds like roads in society to me, is that just like we build roads, and underneath those roads we put water, we put electricity, and we put wastewater underneath those roads, and they all go together. In our own bodies, we have a neurovascular bundle. The arteries, the veins, and the nerves all go together to the same locations. And when you touch one, you're touching the others as well. So when a sinkhole develops inside of a road, it damages all of those structures, and just like in our bodies, if you damage one part, you damage all of them. We need to make sure that our infrastructure works. Our body is full of infrastructure. So I'm deeply invested in making sure that this committee works for good people like you and those that you represent to make sure that we are keeping our infrastructure intact in this country, because that's what builds our society, makes it better. And in fact, Mr. Shulgin, directly, your constituency you represent are actually building America. Thank you very much. And I've been a representative of local government. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And then Home Depot, you train your own people. My son, if he's, I have an 18-year-old son. He could start in Home Depot and have his whole career at Home Depot if he wanted without going to college. Now, I think you have college scholarship programs. Do you have additional training? Could you help me on the trades? I'm really interested in the trades. Not everybody is suited for a 4-year degree, but tell me what Home Depot does to take people in and help them to have a career if they want it with your workplace.
Thank you for the question. Yes, Home Depot does pride itself in hiring folks. We have so many of our store leaders that are store managers today that started as an hourly associate, don't have college degrees, but they are incredible people and incredible leaders. And we take a lot of pride in that, and they represent the community, which is even better. You know, from a trades perspective, Home Depot has spent a lot of time. We've invested in a program called Path to Pro. And what we do is we try to link up people who are interested in going into a trade with a trade school, and our foundation will fund some of those scholarships. You know, I mentioned earlier that one of our hopes would be that Congress could look at short-term Pell Grants and things like leveraging the GI Bill for truck drivers and driving schools. But the Home Depot is very proud of the work that we're doing, and it's amazing to see so many of our leaders. Our head of stores started off as a part-time cashier, and so it's just amazing to see.
Love it, and I appreciate all you're doing, and when it comes to that, please keep up the good work on a local level. I came to Congress with an intent, and it's not a party intent, it's not an ideological intent beyond. I want to make sure that the federal government is getting out of the way of you good people on a local level to be able to do the business that you can do, and thank you for all that you've done that way. So I'll just finish just by saying that I'm committed to working with anybody, and there's not many people left in the room. Mr. Chair Pro Tem, thanks for your tolerance of being here. And to my colleague off to my right, we'll give him in just a second, but I'm excited to work in a bipartisan fashion to make sure we can keep United States of America moving forward on big projects. And thanks for sticking this whole committee out, as we have as well. It's good to be here. I yield back, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Mr. Larson just for a moment, who came back to make sure we were still here.
I'm so glad to hear. I just want to say I think Dr. Kennedy might be too smart for this committee, and if you could just let us catch up with you before you get too far ahead of us, I'd appreciate it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Onder from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. It looks like I'm batting cleanup. I think Dr. Kennedy and myself were saved to last to treat any pressure ulcers or blood clots that might have developed here. Well, thank you. I really appreciate Chairman Graves giving me my fellow Missourian the opportunity to serve on this extremely important committee. You know, I represent Missouri's 3rd District, which was the birthplace of the interstate system, a stretch of Highway 70 in my home county of St. Charles back in 1956. And, you know, I-70 is one of the major arteries of our nation, and I'm happy to say that last year in 2024, Governor Mike Parson signed a bill by the legislature to invest $2.8 billion in the span of I-70 between Blue Springs and Wentzville, Missouri. But what Missouri didn't do was invest in the 25 miles that are in St. Charles County, again, my home county, which includes a critical bottleneck in Wentzville, Missouri. So I wanted to ask you, Ms. Galisa, you mentioned in your testimony the importance or the detriment of bottlenecks to Home Depot. Did you want to expand on that, or have you quantified that problem in many ways? Because obviously Missouri's 3rd District isn't unique there.
So a group called the American Transportation Research Institute, they have done an amazing study very recently on congestion in general, and they always do an annual report on the 100 most congested areas based on trucking. But their congestion study was one of the first to try and calculate how much of an impact that has on the economy. And in 2022, the per-hour operating cost soared by 21.6% from a then record to now a new record high of $90.78. So the cost to the nation of congestion is about $108 billion in 2022, which is 15% higher than 2021. So these figures are staggering. The list of the top congested areas right now, I have in front of me the top 5, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 2 in Chicago, 1 in Houston, and 1 in Atlanta, which we like to call Spaghetti Junction in Atlanta. Those would be where I would make sure that we maybe start with investments, because those are the ones that are going to impact the majority of trucking across our country. And the more that they're sitting and waiting, the less efficient, the less money they make, and the more it's going to cost the consumer.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there, and I'm committed to working on that issue.
Right.
And Mr. Shulgin, my last question, in a response to Representative Baggage's question, he asked the question, if I understood him correctly, did the Infrastructure Improvement and Jobs Act contribute to inflationary pressures? And I have to say, I agree with you. It wasn't that bill, but rather COVID, or rather, I would say the government's response to COVID. Between stimulus checks, ARPA, the Inflation Reduction Act, I think the resulting decrease in workforce participation, and of course, horrific supply chain issues, all were enormous inflationary pressures, not our investment in infrastructure. But I think what you said later on in response to another question, the key is going to be to get people back to work. And I think we talked a lot about training here, but I also think measures such as work requirements, which in the 1992 Welfare Reform Act did contribute to getting people back to work. I think getting both skilled people and folks with less skills, entry-level workers, back to work are going to be a big part of the equation. Any comments on that?
No, I agree with you. We can train, and we can push through vocational schools, and that's fine. But I'll tell you that, well, as you well know, the real world hits you the day that you left school.
Amen.
And got a job, right?
For sure.
So same thing applies here as well.
For sure.
And so I will say that we have OJT programs, or on-the-job training programs, which help sort of incentivize or add to or supplement, I think, a lot of those programs that we can continue to invest in. And
I really do think getting people onto that first rung of the job ladder, the economic ladder, is critical. Thank you all for coming, and thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields, but guess what? It's my turn. And I will go fast, even though I talk slow, because I am from South Mississippi. I'm sorry that the governor had to step out today, but, during the last Congress, and I just want to thank you all. You've been here all day. You've given us some great information, and thank you for being here. Last Congress committee focused heavily on delayed projects and supply chain issues, the shortage of contractors available, and other problems. There's a project that continues to significantly affect my district in South Mississippi, is a replacement and repair of multiple bridges that carry U.S. Highway 90 over the Pearl River Delta. These bridges represent a very critical route for our rural communities between the Gulf Coast of Mississippi and New Orleans, including evacuation routes should a hurricane threaten these cities. I know that Governor Landry had to step out, but I'd still like to be on record to let the governor know that I stand ready to help with that project in any way that I can help it move forward, because one of the reasons I like going to Louisiana is catching all of his fish that he has down there and eating all that wonderful New Orleans food. So it's a great place to go to and go outdoors. But Mr. Shulgin, I know you've experienced some of the frustrations of states in trying to complete projects. NEPA delays continue to be a major roadblock for contractors working to deliver projects efficiently and on time. Can you highlight one or two legislative actions Congress can take to streamline NEPA processes, reduce delays, and improve project delivery timelines?
I don't have anything in particular. I would say that everything is on the board. Let's just look through the process. Let's find ways to streamline this thing, to reduce that time frame, to help get us to building projects faster. Anything, whatever it takes.
And we've heard that all day today. Everybody is ready to get moving. People want to work with each other. We've heard some great testimony today. And Ms. Galiza, you spoke in your testimony about modernizing ports. As we have seen, even just a few additional feet of dredging on terminal expansion can dramatically change a port's productivity. Based on Home Depot's experience, are there some specific examples of port modernization projects or initiatives that others could look to replicate? And additionally, what would ports be doing with federal assistance to modernize and streamline operations a little more efficiently?
Yes, thank you for the question. One of the things that we see with our port infrastructure is really trying to get containers in and out of the port efficiently. Many of our ports actually have up to 11 or 12 different terminals and different terminal operators. They all have different schedules. They all will allow certain containers to be, empties to be brought in. So there's a lot of complexity that comes with bringing containers in and out of a port. Within the rail infrastructure as well, so there's been congestion even very recently trying to get containers onto the rail to then move to inland destinations. That's one area that we would like to see some investment in that has caused some delays. And then really just making sure that, you know, with the labor teams and the port owners and the USMX, that they continue to talk to each other and have good conversations about where we want to go. Any sort of delay or you know, a strike in those areas really does impact Home Depot and really any shipper, just in terms of causing delays and causing incremental costs. So our hope is that they continue to partner together to come up with solutions that are good for both parties.
Continuing, I understand that Home Depot is very active in disaster recovery and supply chain management with your command centers across the country. Can you speak to your supply chain management during disaster recovery, and what lessons can the federal government learn from the private sector's approach to streamlining the delivery of essential products during emergencies?
Yeah, thanks for the question. What Home Depot does is we open up what we call a command center, and that starts, for example, for a hurricane, that can start up to 3 days, 4 days before the event. And really the focus is getting everybody in the same room. We have our merchandising team, we have our inventory team, transportation, distribution. We bring our transportation carriers in. We have third parties that consult on the weather and road closures. And really getting everybody in the same room. We're on the phone with the local community, our store managers, to say, what do you need right now? And honestly, getting everybody together really makes things happen fast. And that, to me, has been one of the key successes of how we can do a command center and get product as fast as possible into the communities, and then after the event, get the recovery product there.
And one thing I'd like to add to that is, coming from a law enforcement background as a sheriff, we always made sure that our supply trucks, our electric truck, anybody that needed to get somewhere, we would open the roadway to that. I would encourage you to maybe incorporate your local law enforcement.
Absolutely.
So that you can help your folks get to where they need to go.
Yeah.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. And so, are there any further questions from any members of the committee who have not been recognized? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing for today. I would like to thank each and every one of our witnesses for your testimony. The committee stands adjourned.